So, when usually when there is a very big traumatic uh, event that happens, that events tend to overshadow most of that few years, let's say. For an example, back in like there was a study, I believe, right after the event with the towers in the plane. I don't know if I'm allowed to say the. Is it okay to say the name?
We already know
Right.
what you're talking about.
Okay, so right after that event, there was a study, the famous study, the where were you during that event, you know? And it tends to like with time, people's memory tend to shift to the major event and lose sight of the details. So long-term memory isn't perfect either. You just get the broad strokes of things. You don't get the details, if you know what I mean. Yeah, it's literally not every pixel memorized.
Yeah, I agree.
Do you know why that happens?
Uh, I have a philosophical idea, but I'm not going to share it.
So there's a physiological explanation for that. With oh my, thank you, Shelley. That's too much. The physiological explanation for that would be the brain managing resources. Like we can't really pay much attention to the current events, so we forget about a bit about the past events, so we can pay more attention to that. This is again, this is very dumbed down version of it, but this is basically what happens. So yeah, the brain has limited capacity, forgets some of the past events, like minor details that the brain doesn't think are as important, to focus more on current event, you know?
Well,
So again, not perfect memory and not
well,
limitless.
I agree with you, but most important is your awareness. So your awareness probably takes like, I don't know how much room in your brain, but like survival is pretty much paramount. Remembering isn't. Remembering is just um, a side dish to the entree. So yeah, your consciousness is basically awareness, and then you can use memory to attune it, and or a logic to attune it, but mostly consciousness is your awareness, and we don't know where that comes from. And so I prefer to
That's
think it's a non-physical process.
okay. What you're saying kind of makes sense, like in a way, but you're contradicting the notion that if it's limitless, therefore it's not physical. You know what I mean?
It's limited in regards to it's not a perfect image of what happened. It's really subjective, so your emotions are intertwined in the memory, and you probably remember the emotion more than anything. And yeah, I think memory is just it's not that important. It's so that we can remember who's our enemy or whatever. It has its traits that is beneficial, but consciousness is more like awareness, like spiritual, not spiritual awareness, but just awareness of your surroundings. And there's a lot of different kinds of awareness, but yeah.
Um, okay, I think Philly had a question. I'm not gonna hog the time.
You said that you prefer to think of it as non-material, and I wondered why that preference.
Uh, I'm not the first to think about this. I know there's been a lot of philosophers that have debated this, and we're not going to crack any new eggs here. So,
I'm
Why
not
do you
even
have the
necessarily
preference?
interested. Sorry, Thrayle.
Sorry, I was just reiterating your question.
Mm. Yeah, I don't think we need to solve the problem. I just want to understand why you think the way that you think.
I don't know. I think I don't know. I do believe in telepathy, so that's kind of a different subject. But I
Is
feel like people can read your mind, and your normal day people, it's like people that might appear in your reality once in a while. But yeah, I think that's kind of where I'm going.
So you enjoy thinking about telepathy?
No, I hate it. I think it's almost evil.
Okay, so I'm sorry. Do you even? No.
Go ahead, lay it on me.
The question that I was asking you,
Yeah.
I was asking you why you prefer to think of it this way, to prefer to think of it as non-material.
I just think that thoughts they're not what you think they are. It's more psychedelic. That's kind of the way our universe works. It's kind of based off like almost like almost like riddles and sign like symbols, and I think consciousness is way more psychedelic, and it's not just one uniform thing that we can iron out and prove. It's super complicated to prove it. People have tried to prove it, like the physical process of it, and I've done some research on that, and I'm not going to even bore you because it is boring. But I think consciousness evolves over time. So you will someday have like a more refined consciousness. That's just what I believe.
Why do you believe that consciousness gets refined?
And how do you know Philly's consciousness isn't already more refined?
Well, I think she is a refined one. She's asking good questions. So, but I do think we evolve over time. Our souls evolve, and
Is our consciousness,
why
our soul, are those the same? Just to clarify.
I think they are.
Okay. So why do they, what was the word you used? Clarify? Elevate? No. What word did
Refine.
you use?
Evolve.
Refine?
Refine.
What does it mean for a consciousness to refine?
So I think it's not. It's more like our personalities evolve, and like our awareness evolves, and we can become like more emotional. Not like, and like our speech evolves too, but it's kind of like coincidental. It's not on purpose. It just you start talking a different way.
Okay,
More
if I
emotional?
may.
Yeah, way more emotional. You can express emotions on another level that people like in this reality would like just blow their minds.
I mean, my baby would probably disagree with you. Like,
Yeah, I have a kid too. I know what you're talking about.
I don't understand what you mean by more emotional.
You can express emotions on a different level.
Like more intense?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that when my baby's screaming at the top of their lungs at 3 a.m., like they would not agree with you.
Well, maybe babies get more refined too.
Okay, I just want to add this one thing, and you guys can go continue your questions. The evolution of consciousness, the one you're talking about, it is true. It happens, but in the sense of your consciousness gets more refined as you age. You get more capacity for consciousness. When you're born, your conscious capacity is usually very minute. You're not aware of what's your surrounding. You're barely aware of your parents. Basically, you're barely aware of your mom, not even your parents. But as time goes on, you get more capacity for consciousness and you get more consciousness in general. Okay? Okay. I'm sorry to cut you off, Phil. You can go ahead. I just wanted to say this.
Tav, does that relate to emotions being more refined?
Well,
In a way, because basically your emotional maturity depends on your consciousness and your absorption or perception of your surrounding.
I'm talking about consciousness as like it's awareness, but you get gifts like you I don't even know if they're gifts, but it's just more expression. You get like a certain gravity about you. I think I'm explaining it accurately. Okay, I can drop if you guys want to bring somebody else up.
I think Kat had a question or two. I don't know that I'm understanding. I might just be too tired.
Okay.
Are you there, Kat?
I think just scattered away.
We lost
So,
Kat, I guess.
I have. Yeah. Till Cat comes back, I have a question for you, Joseph. Do you think that you believe that thoughts are immaterial because you believe in telepathy? I was about to say telepathy.
That's basically where I'm segueing into it. So yeah, you're accurate.
I gotta thank Shell for the forever rose. Thank you, Shell.
Yeah, Shell's been amazing today. So, my follow-up question would be: is there a way to, like, do you leave some room for doubt there, in telepathy? I hate that word.
Yeah, I hate it too. I just think there's stages to we're all on Earth, but there's stages. There's like new cities, there's new on top of cities. Like, yeah, it sounds crazy, but there's different realities, and the people that have been here the
Okay,
longest have special gifts, I
I'm
guess.
sorry to cut you off. I'm sorry to cut you off, but can you restate my question?
Uh, you just asked about telepathy. I don't know.
No, see, this is again the recency bias. I said, do you leave room for doubt that telepathy might be wrong?
Um, I guess I can, but I'm like pretty sure it does.
You sure to okay? Do you think that you're holding irrationally to that belief, therefore you can't let go of any beliefs that support it or substantiate it?
I think you're beating around the bush. You're just saying, does telepathy have a chance of not existing?
Have any further questions?
I can drop. I'll just throw out. Thank you. I know I have weird.
Why? Well, I'm curious. Telepathy.
I just no. I'm not. Sorry.
Why?
Because I've experienced it myself.
Can you prove that?
Not here, not to you, but you just have to take my word, I guess. And
Why?
it's not something uncomfortable. It's something that is perfectly aligned with your
Why
mind.
why would anyone take your word?
You don't have to.
Why would
Why?
somebody, though?
Because it's an interesting subject and it's worth exploring.
Does exploring mean accepting what you say is truth?
No, I don't even want you guys to take me 100%. Like, you have your own beliefs and whatever. I'm not trying to change your mind, but I'm just expressing myself.
Mm-hmm. That's fair enough.
My question here
You
would
mentioned. Go ahead, Dev.
be... No, you go ahead, Salim. I've been talking a lot.
You mentioned earlier, Joseph, that you were questioning whether anyone on the panel is holding dogmatically to anything, and you mentioned changing your belief structures multiple times in your life. What makes you so much more convinced that this I don't know if I believe you, Dev. What makes you so much more convinced that your current belief structure is not worth questioning after already shifting beliefs multiple times in the past?
It's just my life experiences. Like, I've experienced this stuff, and I kind of had like an awakening, I guess. And I'm 35, and it took a while to get here, and I even fought it. I even fought the idea of it, and it didn't work. So yeah.
What do you mean you fought the idea of it?
Like, telepathy really scared the shit out of me. It like broke my brain for a while.
Like,
But it's not
literally?
bad. It's not a bad thing. I've come to realize that.
How did you prove it to yourself?
I didn't prove it. Someone else proved it for me.
How has it proven to you?
My inner dialogue thoughts. Yeah. I'm just going through crazy experiences that changed my life forever.
The
So-
crazy experiences were that your inner dialogue was
Hijacked, so to speak.
hijacked?
Yeah.
You know, if someone knows you, really knows you, a close friend or even a relative, they could probably guess what you're thinking. You
Yeah.
realize that?
Yeah, that can happen. I feel like you can read people pretty easily, actually. But you can actually untrain your mind to not do that and be like oblivious to. Some people are like that. But I'm a pretty good read on people. You know, at first they might like fool me, but after a while I can understand who they are pretty much.
Have you ever thought about the possibility that you're very observant and can read people, and it's not telepathy? Or telepathy, whatever that word's pronounced.
No, I'm not confusing the two. I am observant, but I also believe in telepathy.
How are you not confusing the two? What's your process there?
Because one is like my is like a how do you explain it? One's my awareness, and I wouldn't say I'm always aware. Sometimes I'm oblivious too. Like, I'm automatic like everybody else. I drive my car and I can't even remember how I drove it. But if it's a weird situation, I can read people, and if it's strangers, I can read people. If it's friends and family, I can read them. But telepathy is completely different. It's like your mind melds into another person's thoughts.
Can you describe that? I'm not.
Yeah.
I don't want to get debatey. I'm just interested in how that feels.
It's like it's not um pervasive. Is that a word? It's not. It doesn't hurt, or it doesn't. It makes sense with what you're thinking. It kind of like it's kind of like you think it, but it's not your original thought. If that makes sense. So it is intertwined with yourself, but you can have totally different, like, it's not even you saying it, it's someone else.
I'm guessing that you were trying to communicate that it's not invasive.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Mhm.
It's completely it feels natural, and it doesn't happen a lot. It just, sometimes I'll get it.
Do you control it?
No, not really. I go with the flow. I go with it. I've never really tried fighting it, but at first when I realized it was real, I hated the idea of it, and it like totally broke my brain for like a month or something.
I'm curious about the process of how did you figure out it was real? Just the process. You don't need to give me details or anything. How did you go about it?
I was shown, basically.
What do you mean?
Just interactions with certain people.
If you don't want to give specifics, you can just let us know that.
Yeah, I don't.
It's okay.
I don't.
Mm-hmm.
But in my experience, there's a light at the end of the tunnel, because we're all eternally, like forever. Like, that's my perspective. So I would say, if life is hard, don't get frustrated, because you're just gonna keep going.
We don't need the sermon at the end, Joseph, but I guess I appreciate you coming up here and answering the questions that you did. I do feel that not being able to question your beliefs is kind of, as you were saying at the beginning, you were pretty judgmental that anybody might hold an opposing view to you as we were questioning you. Seems ridiculous that you would say that someone is foolish to hold something to 100%, and then hold something to 100%.
You caught me.
So, Joseph, I had something. I don't know if that is the question that you really should examine. I'm ready to move on, though. If anybody has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate or argue, just to see if you can question. And if you can, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it?
Apologize if I came off a bit argumentative or debatey.
How dare you?
Consider it retaliation for the question, do I fit in?
Mm-hmm.
Retaliation for what?
We're moving on. Hello,
Oh, I
Laura.
remember.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Me, I'm 42.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I think, I think sometimes I think everything is God. But I also wonder, like, does God exist outside of everything? He must. If it's like supposedly God is omnipotent, so all powerful, omniscient, all knowing, omnibenevolent, benevolent, all good, omnipresent, so everywhere. Supposedly is like the fucking thing that God has to be. I took this class, logical thinking, to avoid algebra when I was in college because I don't like math. And I literally argued my way from a D to a B minus over this. Because he was saying that God is a logical fallacy. Because, like, if God can make a rock, can God make a rock so big that even he can't lift it? Blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I really don't know. I think there's a lot. I suffer from schizophrenia since 2018. I'm on 8 different medications, so I don't hallucinate visually or auditorially since 2022. I've been through a lot. And, yeah, I maybe, I don't know, you could ask me another question. I've been in another live that asked the same question.
So
Like,
stop for a moment.
Okay.
Stop for a moment, because you
All right.
still haven't answered my question. At least not that I heard, because the speed
Oh.
at which your story was
Oh,
told.
I'm sorry.
Do
What was your
you
question?
currently believe in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I think there's many. I think there's probably a hierarchy of gods. Yeah,
You think that there's-
and even,
so
and
you think
you know,
that there's
and we are
multiple
all made in
gods?
an image, in the image and likeness as well. Probably.
So
Like,
you've mentioned in reference to this omnibenevolent, powerful, omnipresent. Is this the Christian God that you've been referencing?
no, this is this argument that I got into in college,
Okay.
taking logical thinking, trying to like.
So what is the God that you believe in? You said now that there's multiple gods.
I've had a lot. I've heard from a lot of them. I feel a lot of them, and I see them in plants and animals, in the sky, the clouds, the trees, the rocks, the ocean. I see them in spirits. Like, I see spirits. I see holograms. I hear them.
So let's
I've
slow
gone
down
through a lot of
What is a spirit?
both auditorially and visually.
Okay, so
And it's hard to know. It's hard to know what's real. Like,
there might be a delay. It seems like there might be a delay. So you've mentioned spirits, and you don't know what a spirit is, but you've also mentioned that you have a diagnosis and that you have experienced hallucinations. So,
I said there's a hierarchy of gods. Probably. I'm not sure. I'm not the authority on the matter. I don't proclaim to be like an authority on the matter. I'm not gonna try to like. I'm not going to try to make anyone believe any particular thing. I know that I've gone through a lot. And yeah, who knows? I don't know. And I fear God. I know that. I fear for my eternal soul. I know that.
what is a soul, Lauren?
It's everlasting. It's beyond this planet after I die.
What is it?
It goes on.
What is it?
What is it? It's more than it's, I don't know. I worry that like my soul retains the ability to feel. And that's the punishment. That's hell. That's the pain. That's the like And I don't
You're
know.
saying your soul retains the ability to feel, but you don't know what it is.
Well, I worry. All I know is that I worry for my eternal soul. If there
How do
is
you know
such
a
a thing,
soul is eternal?
if there is such a thing, I'm not. And then that's the thing, is that I don't know, but I do worry.
You you worry for an eternal soul. Why? Like, what is the concern? Why would you believe there is such a thing?
Well, I was hallucinating, and I was fine. I was sober. I had been totally sober. No weed, no nicotine,
Please stop.
nothing.
You stop though, Lauren. I'm going to
And
ask you not to. I'm going to ask you not to list off chemicals.
I'm just
Also,
saying that
are you right now? Like, are you right now in a clear head?
well, now I'm on 8 different prescription medications to keep me from hallucinating, and like auditorily and visually, since 2022. But right before that, in June of 2022, I started hallucinating whether my eyes were open or closed. And I had been completely sober since November. And it was very intense. And finally I said, like, just give me infernal oblivion, I think is what I said. And I heard this voice that said, okay. And then I had my mom, I was driving to Wyoming from Washington, and my mom all of a sudden was on the dashboard, and she started throwing these like pancakes of outer space at me, like 6 discs of off. And then she opened it up, and it was like this hypercube. It was a
Okay,
cube with
Lauren.
a cube inside
But
of
you're
it.
describing.
And she put that in me.
Okay, Lauren.
And then all of a sudden, my
Lawrence.
grandpa was begging.
Okay,
Like,
Lauren.
and I've never heard, my grandpa was a fighter pilot
I need
in
you to
World War
stop
II.
for a moment, though. If you
And
can
I
hear
was
me
sober.
talking,
I'm
can you
just
hear
saying,
me
I was
talking right now?
completely sober.
I don't know if you can hear me talking. Can you not hear me talking when I talk?
Your voice is a bit low, though, Thrayle.
Okay. Lauren, I don't know if you're actually in the right frame of mind right now to question your beliefs the way that we're looking to have the kind of conversation we're looking to have. I think I'm going to go ahead and move on, but I do appreciate you being here, and maybe another time we might be able to have this conversation, but I just think it's time.
It's definitely a morning, I guess.
Yeah, it was certainly time.
I'm not sure that we're going to get much. Well, I understand that, Lauren, and I don't mean any offense. I just don't know that right now we're getting a very clear conversation, so I do appreciate you. But if if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm not looking for a debate or an argument. I am looking to see if you can question, and if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
Good morning, Tav.
Good night to you, Cat. Honestly thought you were sleeping.
I was not sleeping now. I'm kind of sad that there's a bunch of clouds. It was really clear earlier, and so I was hoping to see a bunch of stars, but it got really cloudy. It was so clear earlier, I could see the observatory, like the telescope on the top of Mauna Kea.
Stars are... I love stars. If I didn't go into the medical field, I'll probably go into something relating to stars. How do you
Sorry, I
feel,
was trying
Thrayle,
to
about
entice up a
stars?
weaver.
That's okay. I'm legitimately praying that I witness the day that chalk and cheese can come up and question their beliefs.
I have a few questions, unique and ready for chalk and cheese. Related to predictions and timelines. But chalk and cheese
And dreams.
claims to be unquestionable.
That makes it the more questionable, bro.
Alexander says you don't want to talk to a mystic. Trust me, we've spoken to many mystics before.
So about this cult.
Oh yeah, you have a cult in nearby. It's probably best not to say the name of it for the moment, but...
No. We're not going to say the name, no.
Oh. We might get to that.
Niggers. He likes niggers.
Oh,
This guy likes niggers.
This is a very interesting thing to do. Why would you want to do that?
You could have at least eased your way into it.
I don't see what you accomplished for yourself. But if anybody's got a belief in a god or gods, higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your belief, then go ahead and request on up.
And please be polite and no... Don't use his language, the guy's language.
Hello, Chris. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 21 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I ain't gonna lie, I think LeBron James on the Lakers, no glaze. I believe that the way he...
That was something. about basketball. Otherwise, I would have gone with it.
Well, thank you, Braden. Appreciate you. At least it was raccoon. At least it wasn't, you know.
At least it wasn't racist.
I don't believe in basketball.
I believe that Kobe Bryant was better than LeBron James.
Well, one of them's still here and one of them's not, so it doesn't really matter who was better.
I would reiterate that I don't know anything about basketball. I'm just rage baiting.
But if you actually do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and hit one of those boxes on the screen or the little pink and blue people next to your chat box. I'm not here to tell you what to believe or tell you that you're wrong. I'm not here to debate or argue. I just want to know, if you can question your beliefs. I guess I also want to know if you can't, why can't you? Can you question that you are unquestionable?
We're talking to you, Chalk and Cheese.
Well, anybody who thinks
How would you be unquestionable?
I don't know who our last guest was. Hello, Zachary. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh, I'm old. I'm 39.
Oh, so very ancient in your wise old years. Have you developed a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I think that's inevitable to a degree. But I don't think it doesn't follow any theology.
You see, it's a belief in a god that doesn't follow any theology.
Correct.
So it's not from any doctrine or scripture.
Correct.
What is your god?
It's astronomical. It doesn't have a description or... Yeah, we can't really talk about it. It's too big. It's like a vibration.
What do you mean we can't talk about it?
It's not to be handled with words. It's bigger than that.
But yet you called it a vibration.
It's my best guess at it. I think it's big, man. I don't know. It's crazy. It's crazy big, and it's
crazy
hard to,
big.
Yeah, I think so. And if you believe doctrine, like if you think that just like people wrote stories and then that's God's word, I mean, cool. That's good for you. I wish I could believe that. I really do. But I can't.
So what is it that you do believe? As far as a god goes, what is your belief?
What's your belief?
Why did you request up, Zachary?
Yeah, I'm curious about what other people believe more than anything.
So you requested up on a panel that challenges you to question your beliefs, to ask everybody else on panel what their belief
what
is,
their
rather
beliefs
than
are.
question your beliefs.
Yeah, that's
Zachary,
exactly correct.
Oh, that's
if you were
kind
curious, you could have just listened. That's what
I,
most
I
people
was
do.
for a while, actually.
well, then, can you question your beliefs, Zachary?
Yeah, of course.
So what does it matter what our beliefs are? If you can question your own, how does our belief
Well,
help you?
okay, so here's what I believe. I believe that we're all like these brains in the skeleton, right? And we're all living our own experience. And there's like NPCs, there's like for sure like non-player characters.
NPCs.
But there are, yeah, non-player characters.
What does that mean?
Non-player
I know what the words
characters.
mean, but what are you trying to say as far as...
Like
Can
there
you
are people
describe
that
what
are
they
not
mean?
online.
What do you mean online?
I'm pretty sure you're online. I could be wrong.
Pretty sure you're trolling.
What
No,
does
I'm not
online mean?
even a little. Not even a tiny bit.
What does online mean to you?
Like critical thinking. Do you have critical thought?
So for you, critical thinking means online, and there are people
Correct.
who don't critically think.
Correct.
And for you, you would call them non-player characters.
Correct.
Is that to dehumanize them?
I don't think they're human. So yeah, sure.
You don't think they're human. You feel
think
How do
they're
you
human.
determine? Oh,
To a degree,
how do you
like,
determine?
go ahead.
How do
Sorry.
you determine who an NPC is and who it isn't?
It's pretty clear. It's super clear, actually. It's
That
incredibly
literally
clear.
does not answer the question that I asked you
Oh,
at
sorry.
all. Not even a little bit.
They are not online. Like, I don't know if that makes it any
Still
clearer.
doesn't answer the
No,
question.
it doesn't.
Because you're just
I understand.
repeating yourself.
Are you online?
What does that mean to you?
You were not asking me questions.
Like, are you able to critically think?
What does critical thinking mean to you?
Questioning reality with a brain that can deduce bullshit. Sorry if that word's not allowed.
With a brain that can deduce bullshit.
Correct.
Can you critically think?
Yes.
I'm done in that.
Mm-hmm.
So
What constitutes bullshit?
okay.
What constitutes bullshit? All right. Start talking and I'll tell you when.
Oh. Interesting.
So is this the part where you're going to get condescending?
He got there like a while ago.
Of course.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't discriminate between men and women. I don't, if that's what you're asking.
Are you sure?
No, I probably do. But I don't think it's intentional or malicious. I think it's probably what I was taught.
Well, misogyny's fine as long as it's not malicious.
Right?
Is it?
Yeah, I think an NPC is projecting here.
Yeah. No, it's not. It's not fine. If it's not. I highly doubt he would have responded to Thrayle that way.
I think I actually would have. I don't mean to like be argumentative or whatever, but
What is bullshit?
what is bullshit? You start talking.
Now define bullshit.
Okay. You know how like when Trump talks, you can tell when some bullshit's coming out.
Oh, like right now.
We're asked to give a definition, not an example.
I was just about to say.
Oh,
that.
sorry. A definition, not an example. Okay, here we go. When it doesn't make sense logically to me. That's
to you. So
what I
doesn't
consider
make sense
BS.
logically to Zachary. It is bullshit.
I mean, to a degree, yeah.
What is
What
logic?
are the laws of logic?
What are the laws of logic?
Are
Is
you
that what the
familiar
question
with
was?
them?
Yeah, that's a question. What are the laws of logic?
I feel like I shouldn't have to explain this to people.
Wow.
I don't know
So you
that
don't-
you know
Because you don't know
the
them.
laws of logic,
Well,
Zachary.
no, I do, but I do, like in my heart, like
So
in my
can you-
Your
soul.
heart.
Can you tell me how many laws there are?
Probably about 25.
Wow, 25 laws of logic.
Yeah, I would say.
Who wrote the laws of logic? Where did they?
wow.
they're
The
logical.
condescending
They
ABC
were
turned
not
out to be a
written.
condescending.
There are 25 laws of logic that are just logical, you said. They're not written. Are they written?
No,
somewhere?
they're written. Everything's written.
Okay. Can you give me the first law of logic? Everybody remembers that one. It's like
Don't be an idiot.
the don't be an idiot was the first
I think
law
that's
of
the
logic.
first law.
Oh, maybe you should
Don't be an
think
idiot,
about
yes.
that one.
Famous
Some-
Socratic words.
We all remember the famous "Don't be an idiot" law of logic.
Yep.
What
So if you don't know what logic is, then how do you use that as your bullshit detection method?
But I do. You said if I don't know what logic is, but I do know what logic is.
Clearly you
what is
don't.
logic?
In your heart, correct? In his heart, he does in his heart.
What is logic,
In my heart,
Zachary?
yeah. I mean, how else do you know
Can you
things?
tell me Can you tell me the meaning of logic?
Like a book definition? No.
What does it mean to you?
Logic means a comprehension of reality, I suppose.
Comprehension of reality.
I thought that was pretty good. No?
What does reality mean?
What is reality? Okay, so we're going theology. Okay.
We're going
Whoa, that's a big question. What do you think reality is?
Oh my.
Had enough, Thrayle?
Raccoon bakes.
I have one more if you have had enough.
Raccoon bakes. What the?
Go ahead.
Hey Zachary. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Me?
Yeah, I said your name. Did you kick him?
No,
That is the most perfect drop ever.
I did not.
Did he do that himself?
Yes. Yes, he did.
No.
Oh,
I didn't do it though. I didn't see it. If you
I
hadn't said
look.
it,
I was
wouldn't-
very close. Like, I had to stay on mute when he said "start talking" and I'll tell you when. I was like, "Ooh!" I had to put my phone down and stay on mute. I was like, "Okay, I need a second."
I mean, what?
My trigger
Why
was
is
they
he
weren't
failing?
human.
Why is he failing at his first law of logic?
He's an NPC.
Oh.
Don't be an idiot.
Oh.
When he's back in the request.
He is back in the requests. I mean, we could talk to somebody who's actually capable of questioning their beliefs.
It's probably preferable.
Maybe we could talk to Zachary later if he's still around.
Hi, hello.
Hey there, Tucson. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh, time for me to leave, man. Sorry.
This is definitely going into my
He
top
didn't
10
respect
file this
anyone
morning.
on the panel, but you're right, Raccoon. He did have a particular difficulty speaking to the women. I wonder why.
I have theories about this. Not a discussion for here, but
Definitely for Discord.
a discussion to be had nonetheless.
That was very
I had a lot of
dehumanizing
things to say.
and extremely maligned. If anybody's
So the
got
funniest thing was that he
go
called.
ahead.
Sorry, Thrayle, go ahead. No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
Nah, it's all right, Tav. We all know what I'm
The
gonna
funniest
say.
thing about. So the funniest thing about this entire debacle was
The
fact
funniest
that-
thing is that
Yes, Billy, that was
Billy?
the funniest thing.
I hate you all.
No, you don't. We're your favorite.
Yes, I love you all. But really, the thing that I learned from this is that people who call other people NPCs are usually the NPCs.
I think that's fairly accurate.
And on that note, if you're not an NPC and you actually want to question your beliefs and have a belief, and you're respectful to the people on the panel, please request it.
That was a good one, Tab.
From Thrayle to Philly, how good was that?
It was about a hammy,
Oh, alright. I'll take that.
decent.
which is much better than a cat. But not quite a filly. And it depends on the day for Thrayle. Thrayle's good sometimes and then really bad sometimes. Like last night, the lava one was bad.
I missed that one.
It wasn't that bad.
It was pretty bad. It was a cat, for sure.
Santa Carlos, no. I'm the most susceptible of these people to convert to Christianity, by the way.
You're the most susceptible, Tab.
Yep.
What makes you susceptible to Christianity?
I'm attracted to Catholicism, like too much. I like the aesthetic,
Why?
the traditions, the community. I don't know.
You like cannibalizing the deity?
Yes.
Okay, oh well, okay. You know what, at least establish that.
I'm literally eating gods, so.
I know I'm susceptible to it.
You know, okay, but like, here's the thing. I'm kind of jealous of that. Like, I can't. Oh, there he goes. I don't understand what believing in a god is like, or like how one does that, and I wish that I did without the indoctrination and dogma.
Why? Why do you wish that?
I see a level of conviction and devotion and like comfort that is brought to people by the ability to do so. And okay, so I feel my feelings very intensely, and that is a very intense feeling that I don't understand and I would like to.
Would you like to hear an analogy?
Yes.
If Thrayle will tolerate it.
Yeah, go ahead.
When I held my baby, like newborn, like infant, in my hands, and my baby slept because he was just safe and relaxed and comfortable, and he didn't have to worry about anything. And I had him physically. He was supported. I was attuned to his needs. I was willing to give him whatever he needed so that he could be safe. There were times with the God of my previous understanding that I felt like that, like I could fully relax and rest into the metaphorical hands of this good, powerful, loving God.
That sounds nice.
I didn't catch that, Cat.
So that feeling sounds really nice. Now, I understand the the all the things that are not nice about it, right? Like I do have this understanding of that. Um, but I imagine there's a level of comfort there that is unparalleled, right? Because it can be or is as comforting as you make it.
What
I
do
don't
you
know if it's
mean?
worth. Well, so I mean, like this is how you felt that way at times with your God, right? Um, and now with the way you think now or what you know now, right? It's really all it was what you made it. Does that make sense?
I didn't know that I was making it, though.
That's true. That's fair. Yeah. Hmm. Maybe that's why it's so because like you are making it, so it's made to be comforting to you. Um, no, you're fine, Philly.
Mm.
Um, she had just said something rude to me.
Mm-hmm. I saw.
Yeah, yeah. Um, and
Bad timing then.
no, it's okay. It was a really good analogy because I really understood what you meant.
Mm.
Um, so it was really good. Um, if you don't know it that, maybe it's more comforting. There's more comfort in it because you don't also your brain is creating it, so it knows the best for like what will be the most comforting for you. Does that make sense? Am I making sense?
I don't know if it's my brain that made that up, though. because
Mm-hmm.
I was taught it.
Mm-hmm.
My brain latched onto it.
Something to think about. Thank you to whichever one of you did that.
Mm-hmm. Hello, Jay.
Hey.
Can we
Can we
get
get
your...
you? Oh, go ahead, Philly.
I just didn't know if you were there. Can we get your age for TikTok TOS, Jay?
Yeah, I'm 30.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
No, I don't think I do. No belief in like a higher power. Is are
You said
you
you
guys like primarily looking to talk to those guys?
generally, but why don't you believe?
I think I'm just not convinced. It's not an active disbelief. Like I'm not saying there isn't a God, but I'm saying that I don't see sufficient evidence to convince me that there is one or some higher power.
Can you think of what might convince you?
Uh, it depends like what the specific claim would be. So if we're talking about something like, your traditional
Can you,
depends. God, I would say they would probably know what would convince me, but also, I guess if I saw multiple peer-reviewed studies that showed that it did exist, the form in which it existed, and that they all sort of circled around the same sort of conclusion that it existed. I would say that I would be convinced, depending on like what sort of proof was presented.
what sort of proof would be most convincing?
So for example, let's say tomorrow, um, some like apparition showed up, claimed to be God, allowed itself in for testing, and was like whatever reports were generated from that, whatever samples were generated from that, whatever like demonstrations of omnipotence or omniscience, it showed off to scientists, were corroborated and peer reviewed by like multiple journals, um, and was consistent with like one or more types of God that are like we talk about. Um, if that showed up, that would probably be sufficient proof for me. Like that would replace my lack of belief right now.
So, if it seemed to be verified by science that a god existed and that it was proven and had submitted itself to testing, then you would believe in that god.
Yeah,
Would
like
you?
if it was well corroborated, like there was
Mhm.
more than enough opportunity for other people to, critique whatever studies were put out that, hey, I don't know, like I'm trying to think of some falsifiable claim there. It would be like, hey, this thing generates, that has like the capacity to generate at will more power than we've ever like been able to generate in human history and can turn that off at will. Just some incredulous thing.
Would
Uh,
that
you know,
verify that it's God and not some
no. So like,
thing?
there's so much that you'd have to do to like verify that it's like a particular kind of god, but you'd slowly start to build up a set of claims that make it more or less indistinguishable from God. So, like, you could show that, hey, as far as we can tell, this thing has virtually limitless power. Hey, as far as we can tell, this thing has, like, virtually, if not entirely, limitless ability to, like, to independently verify facts that we have no reason to believe it had any access to, uh, without observing those facts directly. As far as we can tell, this thing knows everything about everything. And at that point, we would say, hey, it's a being that, like, kind of lines up with what our conception of the Abrahamic God is. And then at that point, we'd say, yeah, I'm at least convinced that these things are true. And, like, provisionally, I think this is probably the Abrahamic God. Especially if it acts like, the Old Testament or New Testament says it does.
Would you worship the God just by nature of it existing if its existence is verified?
That's a good question. I mean, if it's the Abrahamic God, it's, like, not the chillest God, but I might worship it out of, like, sheer fear. Because, like, look, I might honestly do it just out of self-preservation and self-interest, because if it was true that the Abrahamic God is real, I would be, there's it's supposedly heaven on offer, and that sounds chill. Hell does not sound chill, so I would do whatever it would probably want for me. Same sort of thing. I think, as Lip was saying, like, if it's a Lovecraftian god, like, it's just well beyond my comprehension to, like, do anything about. So if there's anything,
Is it? Mm.
You're muffled, Cat.
Oh, I was probably kind of mumbling because I was trying to form exactly what I'm trying to say. Um, so you would worship an evil god just because it demands it.
because I think I'll suffer a ton if I don't. I mean, the question is essentially, like, say the words you need to say if you lived in a country
I
with a really authoritarian dictator. And for me, the answer
I
is, like,
understand.
undoubtedly yes. Like, yeah, no, I'll be the coward there, especially if, like,
Mm.
what's at stake is, like, eternity.
Mm.
Do you think you wouldn't? Would you, like, take a principled stance?
I don't know what I would do, to be completely honest. I'm kind of defiant and oppositional, so
Hey,
on
fair enough.
principle, maybe, but I don't know. But I just think about the Abrahamic God and like all the things, you know, and um, and I like to think that I would not worship that God. No, I like to think I wouldn't worship any God.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, same sort of thing, right? Like, we would like to believe that we would be the person to stand up to, I don't know, Mustache Man, but I don't know. I don't know if you're, like, surrounded by officers. I don't know that everyone has it in them to do that. Um, but hopefully, I think.
Does it matter to you if what you believe is true or not?
Um, that's a good question. I think somewhat, somewhat insofar as, like, I can rely on it for other things. Like, if I can, it matters to me that I can reliably trust my belief that, my bed is stable, or that whenever I read the law that I'm reading a book accurately, or, like, a web page accurately. Um, but I don't know that it matters as, like, an epistemological thing. I don't know that we can access absolute truth. I think we can corroborate our perception very well, and that can help us sort between things that we think are true or things that we believe to be true and things that are, I guess, less reliably corroborated, which is in some ways synonymous with what we think of as true. But I don't know that I need to be 100% sure that I'm accessing something that's absolutely true. Does that make sense?
I think so.
How about you? Do you feel like you need to be like how much does being epistemologically true versus like pragmatically usefully true matter to you?
I honestly don't know. I'm not sure.
Fair.
That question.
That's a really good question.
Thanks. I have a philosophy. I used to be a philosophy major, so you interact with these questions every now and then. I like the
You're
background
the
music
least
you guys have going
insufferable. No, bro, you're not insufferable, and I appreciate that.
on. I appreciate the effort on the phrasing. I try not to be insufferable while like still saying what I'm trying to say. So I realize that can be it's easy to like land in Philbro land. So yeah, glad I'm doing that less. What was I gonna ask? What about you guys? Where do you guys stand on the God thing? Would you Phil Red, would you
Normally
worship
we don't. Normally we
oh.
don't go too deep into answering the questions ourselves because it lends to the next guest trying to debate us on our stances rather than actually question their own beliefs.
I mean, yeah, go for it. If you want me to be introspective about my beliefs, I'm happy to be.
He asked so nicely, though, Thrayle.
I know. If you want to answer,
I know. Well, I wanted to tell him, if you ask us in Discord, in the link in Thrill's bio, all of us will tell you in depth.
No worries.
But it wasn't debatey. It wasn't obnoxious. It was
no, it wasn't.
Genuine curiosity.
I mean, look, I'm a lawyer by trade, so
oh, never mind. I'm gonna drop you right now. Just kidding.
No, I get enough fighting on a day-to-day basis. I'm fine. I get up in the morning. I'm like, God damn it, I have to go fight a bunch of people. Like, if I prefer like when I can have like just calm, chill, genuinely introspective discussion. It's better.
You really should hang out with us in Discord.
Oh, I'm touched.
Yeah, I usually don't answer unless I change the background to question the questioner, and then I invite people who've been questioned to ask me.
Yeah, no worries.
But I will tell you that as far as the question you did ask, I don't really have a belief of any kind.
Cool. Yeah, if you guys got more questions, I'm happy to answer them. I just spent a bunch of time on a live debating like state capacity and like I don't know if you've seen those like communism lives up every now and then, the other kind of lives up. So it's a welcome like space, I guess, to just relax.
He said the other kind of lives, the ones where they yell at each other.
Yeah, so this is neat. It's like just walking into an oasis or something, or like a chill lobby room. But yeah, what other questions do you guys have that you normally ask people to get them to question their beliefs?
It's difficult when you don't have a belief.
Okay, you've got some decent questions that.
That
one.
Yeah, I thought this is the one you wanted me to ask. Does the God have to exist for it to be meaningful?
Does any God?
No,
yeah.
No. I very much don't think it has to exist to be meaningful. Like where the threshold just seems to be like it has to matter or have an impact if that's how you're cashing out the idea of meaningful. And, let's imagine that at least one major god that people think about is false. It's clearly been meaningful to like hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people, whether it's Allah or, some deic form of Buddha or, so any of the Hindu gods. If they're not real, they've been meaningful and impactful to lots of people. So I don't think God has to be real for it to be meaningful. Only if that God intervenes and actively intervenes, and we know and we believe that God has intervened. No, not even. Oh, okay, that's neat. Okay, so if the God doesn't, or I think we also have to believe and be convinced. I think we have to think it's true that the God has intervened, and people who are not adherents to that religion have to believe that God has intervened. Otherwise, it's indistinguishable from just, attributing cause and effect to some random god, and people do that all the time. I think that's the only time you have like some sort of distinction.
Those who don't adhere to the religion would have to also believe in the intervention for it to have that greater meaning.
Yes, you tracked that very well for how poorly I phrased that. Yeah, because otherwise it's no different than the Hindu that claims that the rain falling is because of their specific combination of beliefs versus God or the Abrahamic God. I think that's the only time it matters.
So if I'm following what you're saying, any deity, whether it exists or not, still matters because it has an impact. And then the deity that, or if there is.
So the answer to question 2 was the question for question 2 was, is it more meaningful if the God exists? And I think the short answer to that, actually, I'm going to change it, is no. What matters is that the only time that is true one way or the other is, or like something like that, how do I explain it? The only way that matters is if others who are not already part of that religion are convinced that God has acted. Because otherwise there's no real difference. Unless the God intervenes themselves somehow and creates that conviction in others, it's no different than when we normally attribute cause and effect to that God, I don't think. Is that coherent? Did that make sense?
I think I'm following.
Yeah.
So, but in that case, it doesn't really matter if the God is real or not, except to the extent that in intervening, if it is convincing to others outside of the religion that it exists.
Excellently put. Yes.
So it's less about whether a God is real in having more meaning than it is about whether those outside of the religion believe that it is intervening.
Yes. I need you to I need you to be at all my trials now. I will pay you mediocre money to be at all my trials.
Okay, sure.
Not good money. I'm not that kind of lawyer.
I take payment in TikTok coins, apparently.
Sweet. I don't know that legal aid translates, but I can see what I can make happen. What was I trying to say? Where do y'all, to the extent you guys are comfortable, fall on free will? Maybe a different way to put it.
Oh, that is a topic.
We don't talk about that here.
No, we do.
We do.
Just kidding. We do.
You
Yes.
do not have to engage, Kat. You can set that boundary. That's totally fair.
Yeah, I feel like I may
No,
have
that was
dug up an old landmine or something.
It's hilarious.
that was funny.
Mm-hmm.
No,
Mm-hmm.
it was genuinely funny. I don't care.
She's apathetic to the
Do you
free will
think
determinism argument.
Do you think that whether or not determinism is true would meaningfully impact how we deal with various social institutions?
Yes. Sorry, that was obnoxious. I shouldn't have said it like that.
That's fair. Kat, what do you think?
I think that I think that maybe yes it would if there was any way to definitively like say that it is true, but I think that whether or not it's true we will never know, and in that way it doesn't matter.
What about, okay, so we probably can't, so let's say it's not possible to like illustrate how a specific person, you know, may have grown up poorly and how their decisions deterministically led them to rob a bank. But we have like different degrees of showing how it affects people at a macro level. Would that change whether or not it matters?
It just sounds like sociology.
It kind of is, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it doesn't really sound like free will or determinism, it's just sociology.
But isn't the fact that we can, to some extent at least, come up
So
with
we use
reliable
predictive models for everything,
Yeah.
right? Like ultimately everything is a predictive model. Unless it's like a way to determine this is the truth or this is not the truth, then it doesn't really change because it's just a predictive model. There's always going to be outliers, and we are not infallible.
What do you mean by us not being infallible?
I mean, we can make as many predictive models as we want, but we are not going to be correct in every one of those predictions.
Right, but so I'm not. It's not necessarily that any specific prediction is completely accurate or inaccurate. Doesn't the fact that we can largely assume causality and we see trend lines and we have decent R values, doesn't that sort of point in the direction of determinism playing a role here?
I think that what it points to is that we can predict the patterns that are going to occur in the brains of humans fairly reliably. And in that way, we can predict outcomes.
I mean, how do you distinguish that from determinism then?
Thank you, Brady B.
What do you mean?
So if at a macro level we can create predictive models, these predictive models do seem to show that people are subject to cause and effect. Doesn't that seem to point in the direction that people's outcomes are at least somewhat deterministically determined feels like the wrong way to put it, but does that make
I
sense?
get what you mean. Yeah, I get what you mean. Deterministic. There we go. Thrayle likes words.
Thank you.
I think they're hard too. It's okay. So I think that if we could like do this with any we can do this with some degree of certainty, but we are, like I said, we're wrong like all the time. I don't think that putting everything in these boxes is an accurate way to look at things. Although we can categorize things or make predictions, I don't think that means that certain outcomes have to be certain ways or will be that way.
Yeah, I don't think that cashing it out as specific outcomes is something that we are good enough at modeling
Is
to
this
get
soft
at.
determinism? Is that what this is? Soft
I
determinism?
don't know. I think I trend more towards hard determinism, or like some maybe slightly softer version of hard determinism than hard determinism. But um, at least me, I'm largely convinced that determinism seems to be true. There doesn't seem to be a viable form of free will that I think I'm convinced is the case.
Could neither
So
be the case?
I don't know what that looks like.
I think I've heard Jim describe. You don't know Jim, but our other friend Jim. I think he's like described it as like things largely are causal, but that doesn't necessarily mean they all are, and we do have choices that we make, like actually have choices. Or like Dave said the other day that you also don't know Dave, but he said the other day that he can't rule out randomness. Like there's no way he could rule out that randomness is a thing. I think about it like that a lot.
I guess. So, in the sense that, like, we don't have a perfect model of determinism, of course. I guess my counter to that would be the way that we tend to arrive at like knowing stuff in the first place. And it isn't that we prove something definitively one way or another. Generally, there are exceptions like axiom, like where like pure math, where you assume
Hmm.
certain axioms. But outside of that, when we're empirically testing stuff, we work from what is it? It's like a thought experiment. Black swan, white swan, popper, or something like that. Hume's problem of induction. So, like, you're at a pond and you see 5 white swans go by. What statement can you make about the existence of black swans? Well, you can't rule them out, but you can't really ever rule them out. So how do you come up with knowledge claims? You can't ever definitively say there are no black swans. Either, we don't know for sure that there's no free will, or sorry, that we don't know for sure that there's not some form of free will out there. But until we see evidence of a black swan, we just take it as not a serious thing that we as a
Here's a
serious
question.
thing proposition. I guess. Go ahead. What's up?
Whether or not we actually have free will, do we have what feels like free will? Do we have the appearance of free will?
We do have the appearance.
So does it matter if we actually do or not, if we live in such a way that we feel like we do?
I think it has massive implications for how we deal with metaethics. I think, without going into my whole thing, because like I liked this question a lot in my undergrad, but I think at an individual level, on a day-to-day basis, we just have to pick a moral like value set, and just try our best to deal in good faith with it, knowing that it may be internally inconsistent if it deals with either some understanding of autonomy or some understanding of free will. But at a macro level, we should try to align with value systems that can survive determinism. I think
Do you
Rawls is
equate-
one contender that can do that.
Do you equate autonomy with free will?
Not that's a good issue spot.
Think about
Maybe
that
a
for just a
cleaner.
moment, real quick. I do need to thank Philly Red, Crystal J, Heather's Descent, Shell, and Everlasting Godstopper for helping with the goal. Thank you guys so much.
Thanks, guys.
But what do you think?
I mean, autonomy is usually
autonomy
like
the
a
same as free will?
quasi-social legal concept, so there can be some like not necessarily. Short answer, I don't think necessarily. But without muddying the waters too much, like I can just change what I was saying to free will, like a moral system. I think on a day-to-day basis, you should pretend you have free will, act as though you do. But when we're talking about how we organize our social systems, we should try to rely on creating systems that don't depend on that assumption.
Isn't that kind of an in-between stance then that you're holding?
It's a pragmatic stance on like how we should actually align our institutions and live on a day-to-day basis, but it doesn't change that. I do think that I'm probably pretty close to a hard determinist. It's more like just, this is probably what we have to do out of some sort of pragmatic reasoning.
What would you change about the social framework from your deterministic stance?
One of the big ones, I think. So like there's a bunch, but I think the most obvious one would probably be I would align our justice systems to be almost entirely they would not depend on some sort of like sense of desert or retributivism. It would be entirely about deterrence, rehabilitation, and protection of society as a whole, rather than any sense of like desert on the offender.
So, how do you explain people who have? I'm trying to think of a good example. I keep thinking about my mother, but that's not a good example because you don't know my mother.
Oh, she's great. No, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, she's actually terrible, but she has great parents and she had a comfortable, like, good upbringing. You know what I mean? But she is a terrible person. For no reason. Well, for a reason actually, but there is no like you use the priors, right, to make this predictive model and to think about then rehabilitate, right, in this other framework. You would use like the priors and to navigate how we're going to do this, right? And what if there are people who commit heinous crimes that don't have any priors that would point to these things? So how do you navigate the rehabilitation at that point?
So I mean, we have three sort of goals here, I think, and they're non-deterministic goals. So the three would probably be, again, off the top of my head, there might be more, but like safety of the individual, deterrence, and then also rehabilitation. It might be the case that like we just don't know enough about sociology or psychiatry to meaningfully help a specific person. But in those cases, it doesn't mean that we immediately let them go. It might mean that, to deter certain acts, we just need to keep people to some degree imprisoned. It might also mean that, they're the danger to society as a whole, so we need to also maybe keep them imprisoned. But, as time goes on, I would hope our abilities to do psychiatry get better, our treatment options get better, our medications get better, and we're able to deal with that better, and hopefully rehabilitate better.
You should really come talk to us in Discord because like I have a lot of feelings and thoughts about this subject.
I mean, what are the disadvantages of people trying to tailor their answers to what they think you want to hear?
Well, it's dishonest,
I guess, but I don't know. I really hope people aren't that like shallow or like need approval that much.
So here's the thing about like that is people do this not realizing that there is no answer we want to hear except for the honest one.
Well, that's good, certainly. Yeah, I don't.
We don't have
I think
a
I'm just
stand.
I think I'm just biased here because I'm coming from a place where people are absolutely not afraid to share their opinion on things.
Well, and like Thrayle said, like we generally don't like. I like as far as free will determinism goes, I like that's fine. Like we can talk about that. That's but like Thrayle said, it compromises the integrity of the exercise because it gives people ammunition to try to argue with us about something, and it's not what we're trying to do.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's fair. I'll
You maintain a
thing is,
neutral stance. There's nothing to argue with.
I appreciate the hell out of that. So yeah, I'm gonna not mess up your oasis. By the way, like, let me know if there's someone else in the queue and you'd like to bring them up. But if you guys have any other questions.
This is the only time I've seen this happen, maybe ever, Thrayle.
What do you mean?
There's a poll in the upper left-hand corner.
Oh, and everybody's voting for you to stay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, cool. I don't see the poll, but I'm glad people want to keep me up.
They never want.
It's happened before.
I'm sure it has.
Oh, there it is.
Mm-hmm.
But why is that what you wanted to talk about?
It's just like I determinism and dealing with the consequences to metaethics is like one of the
He's a
more
lawyer.
Not even that.
Lawyer,
I'm a philosopher. I have like two pet interests. One of them is like metaethics and determinism, and trying to create metaethical frameworks that survive determinism, and one or two other constraints is like one of my pet interests. But my other one is like state capacity, and that's obviously not related to what we're doing up here. So yeah, it's just the one that came to mind. We're talking about vaguely philosophical topics, so I decided to bring up one of the more interesting ones to me.
Did I miss you saying, did you ever have a belief in a god?
Me? Decades ago. I had parents that were, a parent that was a born-again Christian. I was afraid of dying, so I converted, but, never really it never completely answered my questions, so eventually I just reverted back. I think as young as 4, I was, like, questioning some of this stuff. Yeah. To each their own. I guess
Has there ever been a time...
Go ahead.
Has there ever been a time, past that whole thing, has there ever been like a time where you seriously considered a belief in a god, believing in a god?
Short answer is no, but I did have a neat, during COVID Zoom chat with one of my friends in law school. I had a bunch of friends who were Muslim, and they get a lot of points apparently for converting. So they take me to masjid, and they try to, they do their darndest to try and convert me. And one of them actually launched a pretty decent argument, which is that, true, I don't believe in God, but I could convince myself to believe in God, because it was like the other side of Pascal's wager. Because my answer to Pascal's wager, if you guys are familiar, and please feel I'll jump in to explain it, but I'm assuming you guys know, is that you can't be there's a false assumption there, which is that you can't be convinced or bribed into believing something you don't believe. But my friend countered that lots of people are able to delude themselves into believing things that they don't actually believe in. It's just a lot of exposure and repetition. So, if you just do that over and over and over again, you can convince yourself to believe in God, and then Pascal's wager becomes true. And I was like, fuck, I don't have a good answer to that. I should, the rational thing to do is to convince myself to believe in God, I guess.
Is that a good reason? I'm sorry.
I mean, 'cause that gives me a non-zero chance of arriving in some afterlife, right? Whereas right now my odds are effectively 0, I think.
You think you could actually convince yourself?
I don't. If I'm being honest, I don't think so. But I don't know. I feel like there is unfortunately something I'm missing out on there, It seems to be a great source of community, and people do seem to be able to access some form of like spirituality. And I think they wrestle with normativity a lot more cleanly with it.
What do you mean? Normativity?
Like should questions, like they're able to, they have a much more settled sense of what is right and what is wrong. And there's definite value to that. I think something intrinsic about being human is being able to have should propositions and having that like definite sense of right or wrong. And
I have a question, Jay, back
What's
at
up?
your Pascal's wager before we get way too far away from it. I wanted to stop you then, but now we're in the shoulds and coulds.
Which I really want to talk about, but I will try to
Hold
remember my question.
Hold to your question. Yeah, try to remember it because we'll go right back to it. I just want to know if you're saying that you'd have a non-zero chance of ending up in at least some afterlife. Doesn't that mean that you'd have a non-zero chance of ending up in a good afterlife, the one you're believing in, but then an even greater chance in that non-zero of ending up in all the other hells of all the other beliefs?
I don't know of too many. I actually can't think of any where, like, if you're a non-believer, that exempts you from the hell. So if it's true that, there are hells that I'm currently eligible for, I don't think me believing in another god makes me any less eligible for that hell. But you might be right. Like, there might be, a religion out there that's conditional on me believing in it to fill out the answer sheet. Or doing whatever the philosophical or like religion equivalent of that is,
I think there are many Christians who believe that way.
Really? I've never run into them. Where they're like, if you don't believe in God, you don't go to hell. But if you believe in the wrong God, you definitely go to hell.
You'd have a better chance of going to their heaven than to their hell.
I'm not sure I understand.
In certain interpretations.
Huh. That's new to me.
Like, if a culture never had an opportunity to hear about Jesus.
Oh, I see. But I have had, like, that's the thing. I have had the opportunity to hear about Jesus one way or another. And I've already said, like, no, unfortunately.
Jesus for me, thank you.
Jesus for you?
I said no Jesus for me, thanks.
No Jesus for you. See, she's taking the principled stance. I'm supposed to take the game theory stance, but I'm too lazy to like convince myself, I guess. No, but I think the thing that position doesn't consider, at least the position I was telling you, my friend in law school convinced me of, is that there's an opportunity cost to like not living life the way you want to, and like in line with like what your true beliefs are. And that's probably a cost I'm not building into it.
And it's the only life that you get.
Exactly.
You're
that's
taking
a
a gamble
great point.
on a jackpot after. And if that jackpot doesn't align with what you actually want, do you really want it for eternity?
Yeah, it's fair. And yeah, I think you hit the note on the nose there. Definitely mixing metaphors, but yeah, I think you hit it exactly right. If you don't have the kind of afterlife you're happy with, and you have an eternity of that afterlife, even hearing the same song with one note off will get insufferable after long enough. So I think it's rational to want a perfect afterlife. Man, would you guys rather end up in Catholic heaven or Protestant heaven?
No heaven.
I definitely would take the heaven that I used to believe in as a evangelical Christian pastor. I snuck in my answer, Thrayle.
Nicely done.
Nice. You know, I was
think
oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think eternal life is like the worst thing I can possibly imagine. And I don't understand why people want it so badly. Um,
Yeah, I think The Good Place does like a great job of explaining how this kind of sucks eventually. I do think there has to be like some off switch at some point or like some reset that has to occur for you to actually enjoy eternity.
I would imagine, though, that as you're learning and growing and experiencing and changing, you're becoming a different entity.
Yeah, it's sort of like Asimov's The Egg situation, where like just keep evolving as you get exposed to new perspectives and dimensions of life, I guess.
I don't know Asimov's Egg.
Oh, it's such a good short story.
Oh, I know
Basically,
that story. Is
I
that
think you're.
written by Asimov?
It's Andy Weir.
Oh, okay.
is it? Oh, this whole time I thought it was Asimov for some reason.
Yeah. We like
No,
the
not enough
Egg.
robots.
right? Asimov's. Yeah. Earlier I was what was I wanting to ask? Oh, I thought I had it. Never mind. Thrayle once read The Egg in multiple voices on this
I did.
very live.
I've read it
Did
multiple
you?
times on this live.
Yo, it's great. It's probably one of my favorite short stories.
It's a great short story. I like it a lot.
No, I like I know some pretty good short stories. No, it's a good one. It's not one of my favorites.
You were sharing, Jay, about being able to convince yourself of a belief.
Yeah.
No, it was the
The could should.
yes, the I forget the word you used for it. It was a word I was unfamiliar with, but the what you should do,
Normativity.
normativity.
Yeah.
I'm not convinced, and I would love to hear your reasons why you're saying this. I'm not convinced that there is more certainty or assuredness in what is right and what is wrong within a religious belief system, and I'd like to understand why you think that's the case.
I think for most people, there's like a probability cluster is a very messy way to describe it, but it's like this cluster of acceptable responses that they tend to like oscillate around. And those tend, or at least they perceive that those things are rooted in sort of like a divine grounding of that thing being right because God says it is right. And of course, you can have immense, and historically, there's been tons of debate on, what interpretation of this text is reasonable, and obviously, it causes schisms, and it causes even healthy disagreement, and it causes uncertainty. But I think if you're willing to go down the rabbit hole, outside of a belief system, your level of conviction, at least for me, is far less on a lot of different like normative propositions. And I don't know that I'm convinced there's a good foundation for all of them, or even many of them, or even most of them. But I do think that most people who hold religious beliefs tend to hold fairly strong convictions, at least within the Abrahamic religions, that what they believe is within what in law we would call a range of reasonable answers or a range of reasonable reasonings or something like that. Does that make sense?
Reasonable reasonings.
I think I'm following most of what you're saying. I Trying to word this like a question. Because that is what we do here, is ask questions.
I can already see, I can like feel out some of your like internal guidelines, which is neat.
What do you mean internal guidelines?
No, I'm mostly joking, but I'm like imagining you guys have like a policy book or something when you're like, hey, you're on deck. These are like the rules you guys gotta follow. Gotta like force back introspection on the person by phrasing it as a question.
Yes.
It's Socratic, you know?
Yep. Encouraging critical thinking and through Socratic questioning.
Sometimes we get a little bit we take a little bit of liberty with the word Socratic, you know, but for the most part.
How would you respond, Jay, to somebody like myself saying that I have more certainty in what I feel in my gut is right and wrong outside of religious structure than I did inside religious structure? Because inside religious structure, my
Your
internal
gut didn't align
sense.
with.
Yes, exactly.
I would say that is understandable, and I'm sure you know that's a great example of why a lot of people like fall out with religion, because their gut doesn't align. I think for me the struggle has always been, what gives me the right to trust my gut? I don't trust my gut for like how I perceive light sufficiently that I would feel okay about, you know, I don't know, using my gut instinct of how light works to calibrate how a fighter jet should. I'm trying to think of something that has a lens, a camera, right? Like I wouldn't trust my gut instinct of how light works to calibrate how like a camera lens works. I would try to rigorously find methods or rules or methods to try and align what I think, to sort out the gut feelings I think are true with the gut feelings I think are false. And one way to put it might be like, I guess I just have some sort of like deep-seated insecurity about what I perceive to be right and wrong. Whereas other people just feel much more assured with their gut. And that's fair enough, And in those cases, I think, it's fair to say that you can have much more self-assuredness. But I think everyone kind of runs into that dilemma at some point in their life, and something that religion offers is like a set of guidelines to resolve that gut feeling and anchor that gut feeling and distinguish between gut feelings.
Thank you for that answer.
What is a fallibilist? I'm so curious.
I wonder, Thrayle, about inviting Jay to stay on panel and join the questioning. I know there is a Shintoist in the requests.
Oh, that would be so cool. I've never talked to a Shintoist ever.
Get to speak to somebody with that belief system.
I would be honored, but you guys have your own internal rules and procedures, so if you need to vet me.
Well, I mean, there's the whole initiation process, all the dues to be paid. Submit his will to the celestial sculptor of Bat Goddess.
Is it like a good 4 to 6 weeks before I get to like sit in like the satanic ritual and get inducted?
Satanic? That's too definitive.
Assumptive.
Look, there's literally a devil. To be fair, the devil doesn't have like center stage, so fair enough.
Santa has center stage.
No, why?
This is true.
Because Santa's real, guys.
They're all behind me.
Santa's real.
And,
right.
Hold on. To counter, I think the ninth circle of hell is than the actual devil.
Maybe. But we do have, is it Namgyo? Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Namgyu, you're muted.
There you go. You'll have to unmute. There's an invite for you. Namgyu going once. Going twice. You can request backup if you want. Maybe you had some technical difficulties there.
Why are you always auctioning them off?
I stopped saying sold.
I know. I did notice that after I pointed it out that one time.
You know, I wonder. I would be even more impressed if you could do like the Southern auctioneer, but also in an ASMR whispery voice.
Thrayle is currently trying to do it off mute to see if he can do it.
I feel seen.
Uh-huh.
I don't think it's ready for a debut.
Okay.
My favorite Thrayle voice is Grandpa Thrayle.
I can't wait to hear it.
Oh, Grandpa Thrayle's great.
I think some dude named Geraldine III or some person named Geraldine III is trying to get up. And also thank you for Banachi Floats.
Oh,
glad to like put a
why is
label
he
on it.
demanding? He's being demanding.
No way! Oh my god! Oh wait, no, I already mentioned Carl Popper earlier, so I'm not.
Mhm.
I thought he was just bringing it up out of the blue. Neat.
You did. You talked about Popper.
Popper's cool.
Hello.
Hello, Geraldine. Can I get your age for TikTok?
I'm 27.
Or anything like that.
Yes, one god in particular.
Which god do you believe in, Geraldine?
The god of money. I gotta tell you.
Do you believe, Geraldine, that there is an actual god of money?
Of course. I don't know who they are, what they are, but they've been doing me stinking good.
Geraldine, I like the top hat, first off.
Thank you. This is a selfie I took.
Second, how do you distinguish? How do you know that
money?
this
It's
is...
always a blessing. Nothing bad can come out of it. What I do is every night I lay my money, all my money down in a pile, and I kiss it goodnight. And then, boom, I get more money. I tell you.
But isn't money like cotton? And if it were cotton, wouldn't the thread count be terrible? It sounds like money's already done you poorly because you're sleeping on it, rather than like getting good Egyptian quality sheets.
No, it just shows up. It's fine. Also, I have a quick question about the little AI generated photo thing. Hello.
Geraldine.
Yes. I have a question about the photo.
What are you questioning your beliefs?
Oh yeah, no, I'll do that in a second. Just first I have a question about the photo.
How is your question going to help you to question your beliefs?
It's a step forward.
How is it a step forward?
Would you like me to question my belief first and then question the photo, or?
Why does the picture in the background matter? Have you read the prompt?
No, I know it. I just wanted to ask you a question about it.
Are you wondering why your god of money isn't there?
No, nothing like that. I just wanted a personal question about the prom, and I mean the whole funeral.
What's your question?
Alright, I see that there are a lot of figures there. But Mothman right there is tucked away in the corner. I feel like he's a much bigger figure, don't you say?
I'm not here to cast judgment on the size of your Mothman.
I mean, like, Jesus is presumably at least as powerful.
No,
as
I
a
know,
mermaid,
but like, why is a mermaid getting more screen time than Mothman right now?
Because it's
Same
a
as the
mermaid,
Sasquatch.
Geraldine.
Oh
What?
no.
Who are you to question the mermaid?
Are you saying that your question about the photo?
Well, hold on,
is
okay, yeah,
more
it's
about
good.
that?
You can see more of the moth now, but now you can see more of a lion than a moth. What's the lion doing there? Like, I feel like Mothman is a very important figure.
Geraldine, I have a... Okay. What is more important, ribs or money?
Money, of course. No one can buy more ribs.
How would you...
Hmm?
How would you know if you were wrong about your belief in money?
Well, I'm not sure. Maybe if I didn't get it. But that won't be happening anytime soon.
It sounds like the money just appears. How do you know it won't be anytime soon?
I'm not sure.
I think I've succeeded. Did I do okay? I made him question his
Yeah.
beliefs.
He said he didn't know. Good job, Geraldine. W's for Geraldine. Keep asking questions.
I think W for gay.
You really gonna W that, Thrayle?
We got a W the I don't know, but yeah, WJ.
W Geraldine. Good, I don't know.
That was amazing. That was hilarious.
Now come
He had
back
ribs
with
in
an
his... He had some
actual
talk about
belief
ribs
to
in his bio.
question. Right.
Hi, Hazel.
Hi, friends.
Hi.
Sphalian is up here.
Hello, Hazel. Hey, Westphalian, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 12 years old. I'm joking. I'm 24.
Oh.
Damn, man. Should have gone with that first.
Damn, did you kick Westphalian?
Yeah, he can request back up. If he's actually gonna answer questions and
he's
say ridiculous things, trying to
Not risk the lie.
He was a mod on a panel. He was the host of a...
Sorry.
He's really cool.
Sorry.
How old are you?
24.
Do you have belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm a Catholic.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Nah.
Why not?
Yeah, I don't know. I think there are more interesting books around.
Do you believe any of the stories from the Bible to be true?
Yeah.
Which ones?
Well, I do think that there were Jews on the desert. I'm trying to. Sorry. It sounded like I wasn't trying to engage in a good, but I do think, at least I do have faith specifically that Christ unalived and was resurrected in 3 days.
Do you believe any of the Old Testament?
I think it's mostly metaphorical, to be honest.
Metaphorical? How is it metaphorical?
Or more like trying to give us teachings. But at least as I understand it, like the overall encompassing Bible, like like the fulfilling of the of prophecies and fulfilling of like what was said in the Old Testament is fulfilled with the sacrifice of Christ and in the New Testament.
So there's things said in the Old Testament that are fulfilled with the sacrifice of Christ in the New Testament.
Mm-hmm.
Are those things necessarily true?
What do you mean by that?
Like, what is it that's said that's fulfilled with Jesus?
Well, there were some prophecies. I cannot list them on the top of my head, but and also like when the overall sentiment of God being a more of a top down, more of like you always get the sense that in the Old Testament, like God was more of a authoritarian figure that was gonna smite people. And I think the elements of mercy, while there were always there, like like in the New Testament, like it gets more on the mercy side. Like I don't know, Thrayle. Sorry, I don't really have like a fully. I'm not like such a knowledgeable Catholic, but
That's all right. It's not so much about the facts of what the church would say. It's about what you believe to be and why you believe it. So I'm kind of just feeling out the framework of your Catholicism.
mm-hmm.
How literal you take the stories to be, how dependent on the Old Testament is the New, and how dependent is your faith on the truth of any of it.
I don't. I think the overall values that it espouses and the doctrines that are passed down and the dogma that is passed down through papal doctrine, I usually would agree with it, and I think it's more beneficial than not. And comparatively with others, I don't know, it doesn't seem. At least from my limited knowledge, superficial knowledge of the others, I would say that I would prefer Catholicism.
What do you mean the others?
And did you
Orthodox, Protestants, Muslim.
did I hear you say more beneficial than not?
Yeah.
How did you come to that conclusion?
What do you mean by that?
Why do you believe that it is more beneficial than not?
Okay. Because I think generally moral structures or moral frameworks are good for society overall. It like while we don't have well, we're not gonna have philosophers on every fucking corner who's gonna like try to make people think critically. And even if everyone is atheist, it's not like everyone is gonna be like this philosopher who is gonna know about the different ethical schools and oh, I'm gonna adhere to materialism or idealism and or like a rationalism or empiricism. Like usually people just go through life. And I think personally, I think like if we're gonna choose from religions, I think Catholicism gives the most amount of lenience into the mercy side, and at least structuring like on how we determine right and wrong.
So I'm hearing you say we need a moral framework. Atheism doesn't provide it necessarily, not
Yeah.
simply, and Catholicism does, along with some grace, which you don't see in other religions.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, at least the one that I wouldn't prefer. I would prefer most Catholicism. Like I know, like I've always been raised through this, but still, I would still prefer it.
Is your belief system based on a moral framework, or is it based on a promised afterlife?
I think both. Like I can still believe in both. Like I see the pragmatical.
Which is
I see the pragmatical side, but I also see but I also do have belief in the resurrection of Christ.
I think Philly had a question.
Sorry.
I understand that you can hold both, that both are important. But does one of them guide your belief in Catholicism more than the other?
I think obviously a moral framework will be the one which you do practice every day. It's not like every day of your life you go through thinking, "Oh oh Jesus Christ resurrected in the third day." It's not like how you make decisions.
So are you saying that if you were given a moral framework that had less problematic issues with it than Catholicism, Roman Catholicism, you would change, you would convert?
No, because I still hold the belief of that Jesus Christ resurrected in the third day.
Right.
Like those two are like the things, at least on my thinking.
All right, I got one. Wes, what, if true, would undermine your belief in either Catholic doctrine or, the Christian God?
I think like the conflict between the Orthodox and the Catholic are the one which has more like the one that is something that I do battle with because of the historical background in it. Like the belief of papal supremacy, I think structurally makes more sense, but at least if we look at it back historically, I think Orthodox have a good argument as to make that Peter was more of like uh, uh, like the first between equals of the the later patriarchal system of the Orthodox Church. So I think that is like a dilemma which I am very interested in. Like, nah, I'm not gonna become like that. That's like what would lead me to convert if someone provided me a sufficient argument for orthodoxy instead of like Catholicism. Probably that would be the closest
You
thing that
can't
I
think
would
of
convert to.
anything that would undermine your belief in a
think
God.
Yeah, I don't think I can. Nah. But yeah, I know it's kind of illogical how I'm thinking about this, but it's not like the thing that I spend most days of thinking about.
I don't usually ask that question of believers outright. I do ask it to atheists point blank. But it is interesting that you would say that there's not really anything that could. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that there's nothing that could cause you to question the belief in God?
Because I feel in my heart that it does, but I know it's illogical. But don't think there is anything that can sever that. I think the relationship that I have with that concept or that idea and at least a reality for me.
The relationship you have with that concept.
Of God.
Is it so absolute that it can't be questioned, that you can't consider the possibility that that relationship would be with something within your own mind.
Well, I think something that Christians, at least Christianity entails, is the acceptance of humility to not believe that you're, like, I don't know, to deny that existence. I know that, for example, St. Thomas Aquinas made very good arguments. I cannot list them off the top of my head. I'm not a theologian, but I think, I don't know, it makes very sense to me. Made much more sense to me.
What convinces you of the resurrection?
What?
Earlier you said, "Oh, there's an interesting person in the requests." Sorry, just
Yeah,
noticed.
I can drop if you want.
No. Just letting Thrayle know. Earlier you said you would not convert if there was a moral framework that was more, that was less harmful than Roman Catholicism, because you believe in the resurrection on the third day. Correct?
Yeah.
What convinces you that the resurrection occurred?
I think we have like people around that area who do attest to this kind of thing happening, like the way that also, as I understand and how other people have understand it, and how these accounts and these books were recompiled, it seems, at least to me, more likely than not to me, that it is true. Now, I'm taking a much of a more irrational stance that I would take for other type of information, but it's not.
Why
because
is that?
because I do adhere more in a faith-based basis when I talk about this.
Why?
I don't know, because I feel, I don't know, I do, I don't know, I kind of allow myself to be that way with this.
What makes this? Sorry, Thrayle.
I almost want to put this on pause.
I know. Can you hold on, West? Are you able to?
Can we do that?
Sure,
It
don't
might
worry.
have been an accident.
It might have been.
They might decline us in.
Yeah.
It was okay. You can go ahead.
Let's just find out.
What?
No, I hit the button. They're gone.
Oh, okay.
Lame.
I know.
That would have been interesting.
Sorry, West. We really appreciate you being here and answering questions. We just had, what felt like the possibility of talking to somebody that has been what's the word? I don't even know. But we are glad you're here, West. What is it about this part of your thinking, this part of your identity, that you allow yourself to go based on faith more than any other?
Oh, that's a deep one.
I really haven't thought about it that much, but if I had to answer, I think specifically, because
Okay, I got one because I think I might have a good spot here because I just got off a live with you.
Does West need just a moment to think, or are you in the same vein there, Jay?
But like, I want to. It's worth hearing him out on this answer.
Oh, do I answer this? I thought you were gonna ask me something else.
No, go with what Phil Red was asking.
I would say because religion in and of itself, at least how I think it was in Philippines, or I don't know the verse, that at least we should trust God in more on a faith-based basis more than looking at it more a logical basis. It's not like God works within like the parameters and limits of how we exist as humans. Trying to understand it within our parameters and our understanding of reality would be kind of counterintuitive. It's like trying, and I don't necessarily think that, particularly trying to say, I'm not trying to say that like religion is anti-science. At least as I understand it, like Catholicism, I think there's a specific doctrine, if I'm not mistaken. Jay,
Y
you
de
go.
ahí
Sorry, Jay.
describir que es verdad. Es como trabajas de la proposición que Dios es real y la religión es verdad. Y de ahí trabajas por las razones que funcionan con esa proposición. ¿Así?
Sí, más o menos así.
Okay, got it. Yeah. Okay, so it's like you start with sort of the proposition that like that religion's real, that God's real, and because it's undiscoverable otherwise, just take it for granted and work it out from there.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, more like that.
Why though? Why in this area?
Creo que más por la razón de, well, I'm gonna say it in Spanish, I think it's gonna be better.
I'll translate.
Yo creo que particularmente cuando hablamos sobre la fe y en contraste de lo racional, lo científico, aunque no estoy negando la natural de que se revela lo divino, se revela la creación de Dios a través de la ciencia y no son cosas contradictorias en mi mente, pero sí siento que entre más se descubra más las cosas de la ciencia, más vamos a ver cómo se revela la imagen de Dios. Eso es mi posición.
So I missed the first part, and it was well phrased, but essentially he doesn't think that science and religion are in conflict. But as we advance in our understanding of science, we're going to reveal more coherence between religion and science. So it's more that he doesn't take it. He doesn't think that his ways of reasoning are inconsistent with the ways that he otherwise reasons about the world, but that it's just so incomprehensibly complex that we can't possibly understand it with our level of sophistication right now. And over time, it'll just be revealed to us, I think, through like more sophisticated descriptive methods and more descriptive, more sophisticated understandings of the world.
That
so
feels
was that
like
okay?
accurate.
That was a
Thank
lot.
Thank you, Jay. Sorry.
No, look, Spanish is not my first language. So no es fácil recordar todo eso. Mi memoria no es bueno. My memory's not the best.
Perdón.
I'm glad. Neat. I wanted to ask you today, or Phil, you want to ask more questions?
Go ahead, Jay.
Thanks. So I kind of wanted to see if I could. I'll ask it first, and then I'll say why. I was just on live with you, and you do seem to have groundings for this. So I'm curious how you reason through it. What grounds your belief in the validity of rights? Like, where does your belief in rights being true normative objects come from?
Objects or subject?
Something true. Like, you seem to endorse the concept of people having rights, the capacity to have land rights, the capacity to have property rights. Where does that belief in those things come from?
I
What
think
grounds and what makes them true?
obviously, well, I would say that because we are all humans, you, me, Philly, you, Jay, Thrayle, Hazelnut, Kat, and everyone on the chat, and even people
I'm
who have.
actually, just to correct you, I'm actually a mermaid. I'm not a human, but
Yeah, yeah.
I won't take offense. And I'm
Okay.
really
So you're
thankful.
Mr.
excluded from the.
Brain.
So you're excluded from this argument for. Yeah. So, specifically, I would say that we are all humans that have a certain capacity for rationality in various degrees, but still we have the capacity to have rational understandings. We are humans that, because of that understanding and that we are individuals, we are equal to each other. We are all like equal as humans because of that capacity, and in that sense, I cannot exert force, violence without a legitimate claim. I would. So in that sense, also, if we take it back to the state of nature, and if I pick a apple from the tree or make a spear out of a stick, because I put the essence of my labor into, like how to make this stick. I would say specifically that makes it my property, because I put the essence of my labor into producing that product. I would say in that instance that because we have that capacity for reason, that ability to take from nature and construct something artificially, we construct frameworks and stuff like that so as to give us rights, liberties, and obligations to society. And I think, if just to tie it back to the question, I think it ties a little bit to my religion, but I try to go away from the religion aspect of it so as to not debar it from the argument, I think.
No, that's really cool. I was just curious about like whether it was a firewall type thing where, your religion and your like the stem of your normative beliefs about like the state and all that were like connected, or whether or not you like severed them. And I think you answered it really, really interestingly.
I think I am going to take the topic back of my life.
Go for it.
Yeah, because it's a little weird. But since it doesn't relate to your religion at all, or your beliefs, then what is the usefulness of having this religion if you're not applying it to your understanding of rights and morality?
While I make arguments, I make a discernment so as to not mention it, to not demerit the argument of it. It ties back to my religion because we are all made equal. So in that sense, that's why we hold civil rights and liberties, because we are all made from the image of God. Will I say that on a fucking political life? No, because half of them are atheists, other are like neocons and fucking Republicans and shit. Then they would say boohoo or communist, or it's like, bro, yeah.
Gotcha, but like more about your beliefs. Yeah, like why what is the what how do you interact with your belief on a day-to-day basis?
I think because we are all made because I hold the belief that we're all made on God's image, and that we should love our neighbor and have mercy and trust God. I take the position that in the day-to-day life, I try to treat people with the same amount of respect, that that same kind of respect as someone who was created in God's image, such as myself. So I won't be I wouldn't try to act in a way so as to limit their capacity for liberty and freedom, or be a dick to them.
Do you think God treats humans respectfully?
I think he doesn't really need to.
But if you're working from the framework that we're made in God's image, and you try to treat people respectfully because you think that's, I don't, if God doesn't have to treat people respectfully, then why do you?
Because I'm not God. I am not equal to God. I'm equal to you.
What do you mean by created in his image?
Mm-hmm.
At least through scripture, that's how it said that because he made, yeah.
I guess what do you take that to mean? Do you take that to mean like literally like humans, or like God is vaguely humanoid, or is it more of a like we inherit some of his personality, or what do you mean?
More in the spirit sense, yeah. More personality.
What is the spirit?
What is the spirit?
What is spirit? Yeah, you said in the spirit sense. What does that mean?
I threw a word around, but I don't know, like more in the sense of essence, like if we take it to be that that God is ultimately good, that at least I would assume that that essence of good is innate in us.
How do you know that God is good?
Because I think you ultimately don't know, but I hold faith that he is.
What does good mean?
That he. What does God good mean?
Yeah, what is good? Mm-hmm.
I would say personally, what brings the most, like what is not detrimental to others. That is, it's not what I mean. Not detrimental. It's in its physiological sense, emotional sense. That
This is what you think is
what
good.
not what I think is good. What I more than what doesn't limit the liberty of the person and does not prejudice their physiological being.
Right, but this is what you think is good.
Well, at least under what I consider, yeah.
So how do you know what God thinks is good?
Ultimately, you don't know. Ultimately, through revelation, you kind of have a gauge upon what he thinks. Through revelations
How
of
do
the
you gauge that?
through the revelations of the prophets and what Jesus Christ told us, and at least his main two like propositions that you should treat your neighbor you should treat your neighbor as yourself, as you would treat yourself, and trust God.
Why do you think that we were made with the goodness of God?
Because I hold faith in the scripture.
I think this, I can't remember where it is, but I think the scripture, or maybe it's not this, maybe it's not expressly stated. I think only God is good.
Yeah. Yes. Well, we are tainted with the original sin.
Jesus says,
Do you believe that?
"Why do you call me good? Only God is good." Yeah.
Thank you, Philly. That's I thought it was expressly stated somewhere, but then I second guessed myself. You know, my scripture isn't as good as most other people's. What was the last thing you said, West?
That they were the
original sin. Perfect.
yeah,
Yes.
I do believe that, but you're gonna ask me like as to why, and I don't want to make it
No,
circular.
I wasn't going to. I'm not going to ask you that. So.
Sorry.
Okay. Do you believe the story of Adam and Eve in the garden literally?
No.
I'm sorry, was that a yes?
No, I said no.
Oh. So it's a metaphor.
Yeah. I think there's people like St. Thomas Aquinas and other people have made the argument that evolution does not really like, at least under Catholicism, like, correct me if I'm wrong, at least under my understanding and when I looked at it, that evolution would not go against like the teachings of the Catholic Church, because it's more like revelations of God's creation and how things happen, and it's revealed, not only revealed to us, but it's more like we are able more to gauge in how God's work actually manifests itself. That's why that's why I kind of fuck more with Catholicism. It does allow me more into that kind of, because
so it's not literal.
Yeah, it's not literal.
So what is the original sin if that story is not literal?
I would say the indulgence of defying God and thinking that God's command is not good. It's not necessarily
Right, but
good.
what was the original? What was it then? If that's not literal.
Like defiance of God, not believing in his.
Well, who defied God? And why? And why is it? Where, like, if that's not literal, where did it start?
I don't know. I don't know what happened in prehistory. Sorry.
That's a fair answer. No, that's a good answer. That's a really good answer. I don't know is always better than trying to make something up. Do you believe so you don't do you believe the creation story literally?
No. Like, I think there was a Catholic priest which came up with the Big Bang Theory.
I tried, Thrayle. I was gonna do the thing.
You were gonna do the thing, Kat.
I was gonna do the thing.
I know.
What thing?
It's a being able to point out contradictions for believers, scriptural believers who hold to a literal creation story. But since you don't, just like I didn't when I was a Christian pastor, it's not as relevant.
Damn. So.
But I notoriously don't like the thing.
Yeah.
And I was about to do the thing.
Yeah.
And I was gonna do it well too.
I believe you would have.
So I didn't indulge your.
It's okay.
You just don't believe something that she wanted to question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But
I have
it's probably better that you don't think it's literal.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Hazel.
West, what actions would you take differently if you didn't use the Bible for your moral framework?
I think I really cannot predict that. If I choose by tomorrow to not say, if I was to renounce God tomorrow, I would probably work within the same moral framework, but just not believing in God. It works best for me and does not give me much of like a headache in regards to like moral dilemmas.
Would you follow it because you have been following it, like just in a continuation sort of a reason?
Yep. It's more like a more pro-social. I live in a mostly Catholic society, so it's like start just like being antisocial and going very much against like the established moral framework, like thus make it harder to navigate it through it. Now, would I be less inclined to break it? I think I would be more inclined to break that. I think.
Why is that?
I don't know. Like because at the end, just like people got mad at me through life, and now I'm dead, and now everything's black, and they really cannot be mad at. They can be mad at my corpse, but not really. Wouldn't really affect me.
So, in your situation, having your Catholic beliefs, including judgment in the afterlife, is keeping you acting and behaving in a way that you believe is more moral.
Yeah.
You should maintain that belief system.
Probably, yeah. It's like, yeah,
For the
I
benefit
want
of society around you.
Well, I'm gonna if I stop believing and some shit happens, like, and it's like Philly was responsible.
No, I'm saying you need to stay in your belief system.
I am gonna do a letter. I'm gonna do a letter, and I'm gonna say Philly dash Red is responsible for everything that happened.
Well, see, I'm not going to be responsible for any other human's actions unless it is my minor offspring.
For the 109 people on this live, Philly Red is responsible for whatever happens tomorrow.
No, I think that's binding.
You were gonna say something, Thrayle?
Well, I was actually gonna. That's what I was waiting for. I saw that. So, really quick, I gotta thank Philly Red, Heather's Descent, Shell, Cat the Witch, Cat Father Sebastian, and Amber Lee for helping with the goal. But I also was gonna ask you, since Cat tried to rob my question, I was gonna rob yours or hers. So does your God have to exist for the God to be meaningful?
I think at the end of the day, it really doesn't, right? But I still hold my belief and faith. But the set of moral frameworks, which is very heavily influenced by, like, not gonna lie, like, the grounding of most of the grounding of the faith of my belief does rely upon, like, the resurrection. I think the moral framework makes more sense to me. It does. It makes it makes coherent sense in my head, but overall, symbols and myths are very are very important in cohesion for society, and in these shared collective discourses in which it makes certain communities and societies at least to work together or cohesively are more important, at least for the more well-being of a specific group.
Yeah, we all tried, I think.
What, do you want me to become atheist?
No. No, we're listening for, and you did say I don't know a couple of times. We're listening for you to question, to consider alternatives for more than a moment before giving a sort of debate-ready response.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Self-reflection.
I'm probably too dogmatic for that shit in
That's
regards to my.
like.
Yeah, I'm probably too dogmatic on Catholic.
Do you think there's a reason behind that? That you are so dogmatic?
Probably there is. I haven't delved much into it, but I would say I would say that I think for most Christians, it does feel the most safe route. I think it's the most safe. It makes someone feel more safe, more comfortable, and I think that's the most story for most people who hold these dogmatic beliefs in faith and religion and stuff like that.
Es como un. You know, I visited Mexico a few times. My girlfriend is Mexican. I think we've talked a little bit about this before, but just sort of Latin American experience kind of factors into it. The Catholicism factors into it. I wonder how much of the value of like a shared moral language and shared moral norms plays into it. You know what I mean, Wes?
Yeah, I think it does. Makes it. I think religions in major, which religions which are predominantly like a very heavy majority, like gives a sense of, and I don't advocate for it to be the norm or forcibly put down people's throat, but gives a sense that people understand each other better in a better way. And don't have to rely more upon like it seems more organic, and people understand what's right and what's wrong within a society. Now, caveat: I don't think it's beneficial to force down people's throats this kind of shit, but I think it's something that I think, as you put it, Jay, it might be the right thing. How to put it?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like American community is a very unique thing. Maybe not that unique, but like the networks are extremely dense. It's a very useful heuristic to have for everyone to sort of have the same rough standards of what's right and what's wrong. And
Right.
Pues el idea de lo que es correcto.
Can't you hold those standards of right and wrong without believing dogmatically in the God?
You could, but I'm not denying that atheists could have very grounded beliefs. But as I have learned, people change these frameworks very rapidly whenever they read the thing that makes more sense to them, in whatever situations they find themselves in. And next, for example, if I am a fervent Kant follower, but some crisis and the categorical imperative didn't work this time, and or at least it had very harmful consequences to me, or like things were not ultimately the most kind of good. Okay, so I read Nietzsche next, and now like questioning every type of moral framework and how and being overly skeptical in that shit. Like, I think what its difference in religion, it kind of, while you may have different stances, like the moral framework is not that much different at the end of the day in different stances of your life, if you fervently adhere to Catholicism, I think.
Is it not possible when you're following a dogmatic framework like Catholicism that you can be led to acting against what might be best for you or society or your family, since it is already prescribed?
In what sense? Like, it's not like God is telling me to let's go. Okay, it's not like the majority of Catholics right now are saying, let's go unalive the infidels. It's like, we don't live in that society anymore.
But it has happened in the past, right?
It has, but it's not happening now.
In Catholic thought.
But it does not happen anymore.
So what if there are things like that in Catholicism that it's like being a fish in water, like you don't notice it because you're just living in it?
I think things like righteous wrath, and when we talk about how when you see injustice happen and having that specific basis on at least it being like if someone is being taken advantage, is being oppressed, or when someone is not being treated as they are, like it being like sons of God. I don't know, like they're not created as the creation of God as we are, and us being indignant of that. I think that's not something necessarily bad. Now, has been used. I would say that it's not inherent to religion. We see symbols, ideologies used in a sense to legitimize certain actions from either the ruling class, the regime, or various other variety of actors in which they use these symbols, ideologies, or religions to do this. I don't think religion in and of itself is something. Religion is what was there to legitimize these kind of actions, but it's not something that ideologies or ethical frameworks are gonna be like not gonna be subject to it.
What do you mean not subject to it?
I don't know, like like nihilist or utilitarians are gonna can justify certain type of actions, or I don't know, people who are very fervent about dialectical materialism in regards to, for example, Marxist-Leninists, and how they would justify like the oppression and the elimination of the owning class, of the owners. Like it does seem like it's not. Wait, sorry, Thrayle, sorry.
What was the question you're actually answering?
The question that I was answering was more than like about the Crusades, and it's like it did happen before, and I'm just answering that it's not inherent to religion, like some people justifying of obscene actions. It's more something like regimes use these symbols.
But the religion used, the religion allowed for it to be used, right? To commit atrocious acts in the name of the religion. Like the religion didn't have the safeguards necessary to keep that from happening, right?
And not any ideology would.
Not any ideology would. Any ideology could be used to commit atrocities, is what you're saying.
Yeah. You can morph it in the way that the regime wants, so as to legitimize obscene actions. Yes.
Does that make it okay? Does that make it?
It does make it okay.
Does that make it more acceptable that well, this any ideology could have done this, so it's okay that we did it?
No. It's just like I'm just recognizing that because it's something that can happen in whichever one, I'm saying that it's not demeriting like one religion over the other. You can via how we see these things being manipulated, we can recognize how they were manipulated, and recognize next time how not to be subject to that type of manipulation.
Do you think that do you think that the atrocities weren't committed literally in the religion and not just in the name of the religion? I'm sorry, I'm not wording this super smoothly.
I think I got the essence. Like, I think, as I best understood it, I think, like, obviously there's gonna be religions would explicitly say, do this horrific act. Yes, and they can cause people to do that horrific act. But also at the same time, there can be, like, very much so, that they're used as legitimizing actions. No, they're used to legitimize actions.
Right. So exactly. So are you saying that in the Roman Catholic faith there is no inherent atrocious actions that are part of the religion and not just a distortion of the religion?
Hmm. Like which one? Could you point me to it? I wouldn't necessarily disagree face value. I'm just asking you, like, for
Well, I would
in the New
want to
Testament.
know how you would respond to somebody who contended that the religion is inherently misogynistic and supremacist. Has supremacy built into it? I don't know how to. I think that's a better way to word it.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that.
Okay, and but to your assessment, those issues are worth it for the moral framework and shared language that it provides a society.
Yeah, but I think as a society we can mediate and limit at least. I don't disagree with the implementation of secularism in our governments and state. I think those are balances that, at least with the recognition that religion should be something more than you do in your day-to-day basis, but that respect to each other's beings should at least be done on a secular basis. I think that is best for society.
Sorry, Kat. I want to dig into this so much more, but I really should be dropping and going to bed.
Me too.
But this is a fantastic panel, and I've appreciated conversation this evening. Does Ahmad want to drop me?
Gotcha. Thank you, Philly.
I
Wes,
appreciate the discussion. Yeah, Kat.
how many of these things, right? Like it's supremacist, it's misogynistic. How many of these it's this thing are acceptable before it starts to become like more harm than good?
I think when you explicitly call for when you as a when you as a religion are calling for, let's unalive all these people, I would say that's harmful. Now if
So
it's a maintained doctrine, up to this current moment, I would say that that's more harmful. Now if by the evolution of our thought and our recognition of the rights of individuals, we come out from that, I think we can disregard certain aspects which are more like problematic. Oh, there's a poll.
It's all right. You already said that you can't question. You're dogmatic. The topic of the live is, can you question your beliefs? So I was just seeing if we should move on, if the audience thinks, or if they think it's fruitful. I mean, we have been enjoying the conversation. I don't mean the poll to be disrespectful.
It's okay, don't worry. If you want to make a drop for someone else, I don't know if someone else is in the
No,
queue.
you were still responding to Kat's question. 5-minute poll, and I don't just drop you at the end.
Okay. Kat?
well, okay. So I'm trying to think of how. So you're saying that if it comes to violence, or if this is something that is like dogmatically believed over a sustained period of time, that's when it's harmful.
Yeah.
So would you say that the supremacy and the misogyny is a like dogmatic belief over a sustained period of time in the Catholic Church? I don't...
I think that is levied at this specific moment is more of a is more or less present, but I would say that it's something that is gradually being taken back from, and I would say that like it does seem like it's going in a direction of being getting left out, like people doctrine well.
Like you're saying that it's moving in a direction towards or away from these things, and so because of that it's not harmful.
No, I'm saying that it's becoming less harmful than it was before.
Okay.
And it's like gradually going that direction. For example, we see that Pope, I think it was Pope Francis, had in his like one of the ministers from the main like departments that he had was a woman and was a nun. I think those kind of actions and gradually moving through that, and I think it's something that in the Catholic Church is something that's being pushed to. I think it's good. We also saw with Pope Francis like the acceptance of he's like the acceptance that with the LGBTQ community, it's like we shouldn't treat them bad. We shouldn't like exclude them of anything. Like the question of sacraments is a different question, but specifically like this doesn't justify discrimination against them. They can still be a part. They are still part of the church. Also, like I think Pope Leo just said that being pro-life and then saying that immigrants shouldn't be here and doing other things like that, it's like, well, you're just hypocritical. So like I think it does seem like it's going more in that direction that it is like that, okay, we're all sinners, we're not gonna be fucking puritanical and shit and start like burning the pyres. So I'm saying that these religions are gradually improving.
What was the question?
You're asking me?
What was the question you were responding to?
Oh, I was responding that if these beliefs overall like at this specific moment bad, should I why do I keep like following them due to like, and this question was due to like the previous question that I don't know if I might misrepresented your question, Kat.
No, that was
Well, I'm sorry if I bored you all, guys. I'm sorry, I'm sorry for the monotone voice. But
you know that you were
You didn't bore us.
no, you were wonderful. You engaged with the questions and like.
And you answered honestly. Cat's Wi-Fi is cutting out, but yeah, you engaged and you answered honestly, so I appreciate you, West, for being here. And sorry about that, but yeah, it is time we're going to move on.
Sure.
So
see you guys.
I hope
Thank
that
you
you
very
keep
much.
asking questions. If you do ever question your beliefs and come to some new answers, bring those back to us. We'll definitely want to question those too.
Okay, thank you. See you later, guys. Hasta luego, Jay.
Appreciate you.
What the fuck was that noise, Thrayle?
I had an alarm go off.
That's
so strange. That never happened.
That's a very sus sound.
Very rare.
I think that was the most dogmatic person that was also calm. So that was interesting.
And if you can be dogmatic, or no, actually don't be dogmatic, but you can be calm and question your beliefs in a god, gods, or something like that. There's a little request button.
Yeah, I don't know if calmly dogmatic.
I walked it back.
Well, I'm just saying, I don't know if that's a good thing. It's a very questionable thing, which is why I think we could have kept questioning him for a long time. But the answers were rapid fire, and like it felt like he was arguing rather than considering, rather than thinking. I mean, he's thinking how to defend his position rather than how to question it, how to consider alternatives in any way.
I think it might just be there's a lot of utility in holding it, and he's like somewhat aware of like the contradiction and the what do you call it? The cognitive dissonance that not even cognitive dissonance, just sort of like the utility in holding the two views and the like the not immediate value of trying to reconcile them.
Would we
yeah.
say that dogma is how people reconcile cognitive dissonance?
Maybe.
I'm sure to some extent. Like there's probably a lot of like I think it's value hierarchy. If you have the dogma, you can default to it, and if you can default to it, you have like a conflict resolution mechanism or like a logic resolution mechanism. Who's requesting?
Every question I wanted to ask him just led back to like the same one of why do you do this? Kind of. And the answer is always just because I do. So.
I always get there, Hazel. I'm always just end up at like, but why? I get you.
If you can ask why and believe in a god, goddess, or higher power, come be asked questions by us. I'll give that like a 4.
That was closer to a cat than a hammy.
I did find it interesting that he answered to Kat's question no, because most of the time that's not what believers answer.
That it doesn't matter, or it doesn't have to be real
Something
to
sounds
matter.
like it's
Yeah, God doesn't have to exist to have meaning.
I think it's because the dogma isn't about the God necessarily. The dogma is about the belief system as a whole. It's a lot more than the God, if that makes sense. Does that make sense?
We had a request right before he dropped him. As soon as he dropped, they stopped requesting, as is often the case. People just want to come up to argue with the believer rather than question their own beliefs. But if you can question what it is you believe in, whether it's a god or gods, a higher power, or something like that, then go ahead and request it. I don't want a debate. I don't want to burgle your god. I don't even want to prove you wrong. I just want to know if you can question. Then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? It's like carnival barking after a certain point.
Oh my gosh, that comparison.
Or, Sesame Street, right? When they go fishing, they hear fishy, fishy, fishy. It makes it seem like we're waiting to pounce, but we're not. We just want to question what it is you believe.
Also, thanks y'all for 100K.
Oh, hell yeah. Thank you. Appreciate all of you for tapping the screen and for sharing the live. If you haven't already, you can, of course, hit that bent little arrow down there and either add it to your story or share by reposting or sending it to a friend who might be able to question their beliefs.
It's a really unique live. I'm glad to have been a part of it. I am actively nodding off as we speak, so I'm going to drop
have that
Thanks
effect.
for having me, guys.
Appreciate you, Jay. Hope to see you again. Keep asking questions.
Will do.
Join the Discord. How has your evening been?
It's been all right. We've had a couple of people come up who were questionable.
Hello?
Just one. Hello, Ars. Can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
48.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
My core belief, I guess, is that the universe itself is sentient. You know, that it's one, I guess, for a lack of a better word, one being, you know.
What do you mean by sentient being?
Okay, so like the one way I like to mess with the religious people, I mean, kind of like not, you know, I guess it's not a good thing, but it's like I like to tell them that the Big Bang was God unaliving himself. You feel me? So, but as I've grown up and stuff, you know, and studied physics, so there's these okay, there's galaxies, right? And then there's clusters of galaxies, and then there's what they call superclusters, which are like groups of superclusters of galaxies. So you're talking about hundreds, thousands of galaxies, and they all seem to be moving in unison, or that's what's been observed. Uniform, or not uniform, but I guess that coherent movement of all these galaxies. Okay, the same way that the brain, you know, is thought to, or the universe is thought to be patterned after the brain, like, you know, like stars would be the metaphor for synapses in our brains, you know, and then, you know, so you could look at the universe as a big giant brain in a way, you know. I mean, that's the way I look at it anyways. Like, it's like a sentient thing, you know, not sentient, I guess, or how can I put it? Okay. Like I don't believe in, I guess, what's called the grand design theory. Like, I think that okay, if you take into account wave dynamics and photon dynamics and phonon dynamics, so light, sound, and movement, right? And you correlate all three into the same area, like, you know, like what would happen, what's thought to have happened with the Big Bang. From wave dynamics, you get motion. And then from the photon, you get light, which is what, you know, how we interpret the universe. And then you have sound, which has been shown. Oh,
Ours.
yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
What are you talking about? Why are you teaching science?
Oh, because that's my way of showing that. Okay. So, in my belief, I think science, at its, is a way to prove that miracles exist. I guess, for lack of a better term. Like the fact that we exist at all is a miracle. You feel me? I mean, if we look at it from a scientific point of view and not a religious one, like the fact that we exist as, in this time and space is a miracle, and there's no other way to look at it. And so like,
is this miracle tied? Sorry, Thrayle. Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask how you define miracle.
like, okay, like an event that can be replicated in laboratory settings, like, with like a theorem, right? A theorem is something that could be proven over and over and over, no matter what, it's always true, that's why it's called a theorem. In the same way, a miracle only happens one time. It's like, like walking outside and, I mean, not really, but seeing a shooting star, it's one of those things that it rarely happens. And it only happens when when you just happen to look up at the right time or whatever.
Wait. Did you just say seeing shooting stars is a miracle?
No. I'm just saying, like, it's not a direct correlation or a direct metaphor, but it's kind of like, it's something that only happens like one time. It's not repeatable, like in a laboratory setting. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay.
I've seen hundreds of shooting stars in the past 2 years.
Yeah, that's why I said it's not a direct correlation. I just use that as an example. It's like saying, like, you have to walk out at the right time, though. You feel me? Like, it doesn't just happen. Like, you can't walk out there in daylight and see a shooting star. You feel me? Like, you have to be out there at
the sun's brighter than the star.
Yes, ma'am. So, like, if you're done being facetious, could I continue talking?
Excuse me?
I said, if you're done being facetious, could I continue talking?
How was she being facetious?
I mean, like I said, it wasn't a direct correlation. I just used it as an example of timing. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to be outside at the right.
You did say it as a direct correlation.
No, I said it wasn't a direct correlation. I said I was using it as an example.
The way you originally said it, you said it. You worded it as if it was.
All right. Well,
I was trying to clarify.
Okay. I mean, I guess if we want, I guess I could defend that point if we really want me to. I mean, is it not considered not miraculous, but like I said, you have to be out there at the right time. It's not just, it doesn't just happen.
You don't have to defend something you don't believe. I mean, unless you.
No, I'm just. No, I'm just trying to, like.
It's not about defending it.
No, like, what I was just trying to say is just like, a miracle is not repeatable. You feel me? It's not repeatable in laboratory settings. You can't be like, oh, this. Okay, and what I mean by miracle is just like, okay. Like, from a scientific point of view, the most accepted theory for how life got into this planet is that there was a meteorite, with whatever on it, and it hit the Earth, and 4 billion years later, whatever, we're all here. But that brings into account is where those organisms, the mRNA or DNA, whatever it was that was on that rock, where did that come from? You feel me? Like,
I'm sure that that's the most accepted theory.
Well, I guess by accepted is just like, what would be? I forgot the exact word for it, but the definition would be like the seeding of life from a celestial object. You feel me? But like, from my understanding, like the way from what I remember from science class is that, the Earth formed, it was the nickel core, you have the crust, whatever, and that life was introduced by a meteorite, but whatever. I'm not trying to argue how life was created. I'm just trying to say, like, how it all happened, though, like everything happening, when it happened, the timing of everything happened could only be seen as miraculous. You feel me? Because
Why?
Because from our experience alone, from observing space, we could see that life doesn't happen everywhere. The Goldilocks zone, for example, like like the fact that it's even a term, meaning that we already know when we look at other stars that if the planet is not in that Goldilocks zone, there's a very a definite presumption that that planet does not have life.
Is the Goldilocks zone like a tiny little sliver, or is it actually
Well, I mean,
space in comparison to the size of
it's all relative. I guess it's all like the famous cop out would be that it's all relative. It depends on the star. The size of the star, the color of the star, the type of the star. But from what our experience as human beings, that life only seems to happen with a yellow star with a planet that's 93 million miles away from it. You feel me? Because that's the only thing we know for sure. I mean, I believe aliens exist. The universe is too big for them not to, but like we don't know that definitely. You know what I'm saying? Like all we know definitely is that the planet has to be 93 million miles from the sun, and it has to be exactly that.
We don't know that. That's not the Goldilocks zone. The Goldilocks zone isn't just 93 million miles.
No. But for us, it is though. You feel me? From our experience, it is. Like as human beings.
Is that what the Goldilocks zone actually is? Is that you're just saying that's our one example?
Yeah. No, I'm just saying that's the only example we have though of life right now. You feel me? Like there's no other. Like I believe Thrayle Atlas is an alien probe. I mean that's just my whacked out theory, but we don't have no definite proof of that. You feel me? So the only thing we could say definitely is that the planet has to be 93 million miles away from the sun, and the sun has to be yellow, and that is conducive to life. Water, of course, is an. But what I meant by
do me a favor and take a breath.
I don't think he.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, I'm Californian and we talk fast out here. I mean,
no, that's fair. But we also need to be able to talk back in question, right?
Oh yeah, yes.
Like your main point was that the Earth is conscious. Although you spiraled into the galaxy, which is fascinating, and I wouldn't necessarily disagree that there is possible life. I wouldn't necessarily say they're aliens like Paul or Men in Black, but there is a possibility there is life outside of our planet. So why exactly do you think the Earth itself is conscious? Can you delve into that a bit more?
So my only my basis for that belief is that full disclosure, like I was raised with Native American beliefs. The tribe my people come from is named Chumash. There's a reservation by Santa Barbara, but I'm what's called OTR, off the res. I live upstate. Anyways, though, I bring all that up to say that I was taught as a child that the Earth is alive. It's in the universe, I guess. I mean, it was called the Great Provider. That's the way I term it. Like the universe provides everything that we need, and Mother Earth is the expression of that provision. You feel me? So in Native lore and culture, the Earth always just was. You feel me? There's what I was taught was there was something known as the first.
Okay. So yeah. You're connecting it to Mother Earth, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Can you explain how consciousness and Mother Earth for you coexist?
Okay. So consciousness is nobody knows exactly where consciousness comes from. We don't know definitely whether it's inside of us, outside of us. Like my belief is that it's part of the universe and we tune into it like the same way a radio tunes into music. You feel me? Like consciousness exists in the universe, and like as human beings we're able to I guess for lack of a better term, tune into it, and and that's how we
with the science that you've said you've been brought up with, if we don't know, are you connecting it to something that again you don't know?
Okay, so like I said, I was raised really young on what can only be called oral traditional stories. That's what they were. I mean, it was basically mythology. That's what I was raised on as a very young child. I wasn't introduced to Christianity until I was a school age. I think I was about second or third grade the first time I saw the inside of a church. So I've always looked at Western culture beliefs as foreign. you know, like to me anyway, even though I grew up in California and, you know, I guess, you know, by definition, I'm an American, like that whole way of life was completely foreign to me. So like I said, I was raised to view, okay, consciousness or the earth being one. I mean, I guess how can I put it? Okay. Okay, so the Mother Earth thing, the aspect of that, and I mean, I guess it doesn't really think, you know, I can't go that far in saying that the Earth is thinking, you feel me? And making but what I mean by it being alive is that it's you know what we use to stay alive, you feel me? And so it has to be, or like the biosystem, I guess, is what I'm referring to as it being
The
alive.
functionality.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah, and so I mean, like I said, the concept that was brought up was like the great provider. You know, like it provides everything we need. So it should be revered. You feel me? Yeah.
And what about things that are on it currently that destroy it?
My biggest problem with the planet is people. You know, I feel like I mean I'm not like I'm not like sadistic or I'm not crazy. I don't think we should kill millions of people or billions, but and I know overpopulation is just like a perception, but I really do think the only problem with the planet is people. You know, it would function just fine without us. The planet, you know, the biosystems would just keep going right along. But that's just like I said. That's just my point of view. You know, and I don't think it's people in general. It's the way they act. You feel me?
I wouldn't necessarily disagree with what I know. I get it. What I would state though is, can you?
Okay. So so like when I was a kid, I was raised on deer meat. You know, like we used to go hunting for deer, and I guess the only way they'd say it was a prayer, you know, that you would have to, upon the completion of the hunt, you would say a prayer where, and you would, like North American, Native American culture, they see animals as equals. You feel me? Like one of the things that the main difference between, you know, is that we don't see ourselves as being dominant over the planet. You can't own the planet. You know, that was a concept that was foreign to Native Americans. They saw the animals as equals to them, you know, as something to be like I said, after the completion of a hunt, to continue my life and to provide for my family. You know, like you would ask for forgiveness and show respect at the same time. And like so, like I said, I guess the main connection is that the earth is what keeps us alive, and it's only able to do that because it's alive itself. You know, like a symbiotic relationship in a way. You know.
Yeah, I sort of get that. I'm still not quite sure what the Mother Nature, like I guess to a certain
like
point,
I guess
are you saying like a balance?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see it like I guess, you know, like in, you know, like one of the things I bring up to when I talk to people that are European is that you guys were robbed of your culture by Christianity, you know, like as Christianity moved north.
I mean, you could say that globally. I wouldn't even go into the politics of that, especially because I'm Welsh. So I very much understand quite a lot of things, right?
Yeah, like I always tell people
I also
wait. Oh, yes, ma'am. Sorry.
That's okay. I also very much understand the Mother Nature side. My father brought me up pagan until a certain point, and it's very similar. Right?
Oh yeah,
but I wonder why you decided that you're still okay with Mother Nature and with what you know about science especially when you use the terminology of miracles. Now, knowing what I do about science, we don't call anything miracles. We try and find out how that works.
Oh yeah,
what
that's
the
a
function is.
So the reason why I use the term miracle is because I think the at the end, or not at the end, but one of the I guess, side effects of scientific pursuit would be the proof that miracles actually do happen. I think that's one of the, I guess, byproducts of, like I said, because I don't think miracles are repeatable in a laboratory setting, so they can't be quantified. You either see it happen or you don't.
Okay, so what then is a miracle?
Like okay, like earlier when I brought up like the fact that life happened at all on the planet Earth is a miracle, because you got to take into account the timing of all these different meteorites, the explosion of all these stars.
That's
billions,
yeah. That's
billions
assuming that we don't have meteorites that do crash down, which we do know happens,
Yes, ma'am.
right? That's
No.
assuming that it doesn't happen on other planets, which again, we found water, we have found bacteria. So is it really a miracle, or is it random? Or is it something that connects in a different way?
I don't think it's as random. I mean, okay, like I agree with you completely. Like wherever there's water, there's more than likely the possibility of life. That's why I said earlier, like I do believe that there's aliens out there somewhere. The universe is just too big for them not to be. But as far as I don't think it's random in that way that, I mean, we could agree on the definition of random, that it just happened. I don't think that's completely true. I think, like I said, the miracle of how we got here would be. Oh, yes, sir. Go ahead.
I'm just wondering why you keep using the word miracle. I think that's what we're all kind of.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry.
Why is it a miracle if you believe? Like,
I guess
it
I'm using
sounds mostly
the term miracle as being like a one-time event that's not repeatable, And I guess like she just proved me kind of wrong of that life is repeatable because it happens on other planets. But
believe, and I'm not here to argue that, but I am curious. Why then, if things, if life can occur on other planets, would you have any belief that there is a consciousness underlying the universe?
Just because of like I said, like I always bring up the fact that if the Big Bang or if the singularity existed, like, that's a if, like, like everything was one thing. And another thing I like to say all the time is like one thing becoming everything can only be irrational. But besides that point, is like if the singularity existed, it had to be capable of thought. If we're capable of thought, being pieces of that singularity, then there's no way to say that it wasn't capable of thought. And so if the singularity was capable of thought, the after effects of it, the Big Bang of it, I guess, like I said, I always say it was God unaliving himself, but the after effects of the Big Bang, I think, were still, like I said, one of the popular references for the universe is that it's kind of like similar to our brain. If you look at the stars as synapses, it's kind of shaped the way a brain would be shaped. And
okay, really quick, stop for just a moment. I got to make sure that I thank Heather's Descent, Ms. Bear, Shell, Jerry Bell, Noctis, Z the Witch, also Freya and Amber Lee. Thank you guys so much for helping with the goal. I do appreciate all of you.
I like with what you're saying about the stars.
Do you have a question, Noctis?
I do. With what you're saying about the stars and the synapses and what we know about humans liking patterns, could it be possible that you are doing the same?
Oh, pattern recognition. Yeah. I mean, more than likely, like I said, I'm always like, I mean, I don't consider myself, I'm not, to full disclosure, I'm not a scientist. Like my minor in college was ancient literature. So like my whole, like, I just like to read. So, but yeah, no, like I think it could be that. Like I said, I could be completely wrong. I'm well aware of that, but this is what I've come to believe. After all these, like I said, I wasn't raised a Christian, so like I always looked at it as foreign to me, and like I've always been kind of drawn to Eastern like religion, like well Buddhist, Buddhism. Like I wouldn't call myself like a Buddhist because I'm not full on practicing Buddhist, but I do like to meditate and stuff like that. But anyway, so going back to all that, it's just like the way I look at it is like I said, yeah, it could be that like you said, just seeing one pattern into another, but okay, the speed of light, right? So I don't think it's a constant. Like I think that's just I think the speed of light could be observed only to a maximum speed, but recently with the study of black holes being, as they get more and more information about black holes, there's been found to be emissions out of these black holes, and the only way for something to leave a black hole is it has to travel faster than the speed of light. And if we bring into account time dilation, that means that whatever's leaving the black hole is time traveling back in time.
I mean, that's an assumption on its own, right?
No, I mean,
we don't know that.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think the term that they used was superluminous. Okay, so there's a database ran by Cornell University. It's arxiv.org, and there's so many great papers on there. So I mean, I'll repeat it real quick if you guys want to write it down. It's arxiv.org, and it's a database.
My point is, we don't know if you go back in time. Like that,
no.
That is an assumption.
Oh, yeah, as far as the time travel, oh yes, ma'am. Yeah, I mean, they could be traveling into the future. I mean, I guess, but time travel.
We currently don't really know what's inside a black hole. Like it's okay to assume as long as you know that that's an assumption. You question those.
Oh yeah, yes, ma'am. But the emissions have been observed. That's the only reason why I brought it up. Like, and the term that there was used to describe these emissions was superluminous. I'm sorry, superluminous, which translated to faster than the speed of light. And I found this. That's why I gave the website, because I found the paper on arxiv.org, and it wasn't just like written by some random dude. It was written by a physicist. I just don't remember.
That's completely fair.
Yeah.
I appreciate you sharing that. Anyone who wants to read that can and will. If it helps, I studied zoology with animal behavior, including a range of courses. To be honest, I don't really want to go into them. There's too many. So I do know science. I just wanted to make that clear. That's why some of my questions don't like your thought process. It's just trying to break that down and see what questions
I appreciate
you
it.
have asked yourself.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate it, because like the whole reason why I'm on here is because I feel like I don't when I talk about the stuff I think about, the people around me don't really understand. You feel me? And I really appreciate the conversation and the questions, and I don't mind answering them, Yeah.
You say that things have been observed leaving black holes faster than the speed of light, and that somehow lends to your belief in a conscious universe.
Oh, I mean, I guess, okay. What I meant by that is like, I've always had issues calling it like a grand design, like this is presuming the Big Bang happened, and everything that happened after that was can only be called some type of random, because an explosion can only be result in a randomness, black holes existing. I guess the way I would look at them is like recycling centers for the universe, like they exist only to take what's in the universe and recycle it. I guess, like I always thought of it as going back to the beginning, but there's no way of knowing for sure. Like the lady brought up, like what direction of time they're going. But the fact that they are, with time dilation being what it is, they are time traveling because, like I said, they are leaving a black hole, and the only way for that to happen is to move faster than the speed of light. So, but where they're going or when, I couldn't answer definitively, you know. But as far as that leading to why I think the universe is conscious is because it's like it all works in together. You know what I'm saying? It's like I said, it's
When you say they're superluminal, though, does that mean that it is exceeding the speed of light?
Yeah, that's the way I read the paper. That's the way I interpreted
Does
it.
that mean that in doing that it is somehow, you say that's time travel?
Yeah, I can't say for sure, but the way I understand time relativity and time dilation, the closer you get to the speed of light, the slower time goes, and if you exceed the speed of light, then the only logical answer would be you're time traveling. In what direction? I always thought it would be just to the past, but it could be to the future. The only reason why I think it only happened to the past is because the future hasn't happened yet, but that's just, it's just being limited in my thinking. But yeah, I do believe that, like I said, go ahead, sir. Sorry.
Could it be that your understanding is not quite complete in this field and that it is leading you to a conclusion that sounds more fantastic than it is?
Oh yeah, completely. I'm just a regular person. I'm not like I don't have a degree in like I said, I minored in ancient literature, so I never I wasn't like I didn't. Anyway, so what I'm trying to say, like, it's just I like to get high and I like to read a lot, and from
I will
Yeah,
say on the
like
so Skog in the comments, who is very knowledgeable, has said the site you use, Archive, is a bit of a 50-50, right? So you do have papers on there that are groundbreaking, but you also have ones that haven't passed anything, so you have
oh
to
no,
be
yeah,
careful with that one.
these are all like none of the paper. I guess it's just like a collection of papers, but not all of them have been peer reviewed, and they state that at the top of the
Yeah.
site. Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
So
there is
I wouldn't follow any that haven't been peer reviewed, is all I'm saying. I don't want to
Yeah.
pass on misinformation here, even if they're incredibly knowledgeable.
Yes, ma'am. No, but anybody,
yeah.
oh yeah, anybody interested in Thrayle Atlas, real quick? Like, if you guys have been at all curious about it?
Stop. I don't need you to just give another plug for another thing that nobody asked you about. I was going to thank you for being up here. I appreciate you for answering the questions. I feel like you've answered all the questions that I have, and there are other people waiting to come up, so I think I'm ready to move on. But I appreciate you, and I hope you keep asking questions.
Thank you for letting me ask questions there, Thrayle.
Absolutely. And how are you doing this morning still? Almost?
Yeah. Still morning for another 20 minutes. I'm currently watching my cats run around psychotically and make another mess that I just tidied. Thank you. Thank you, Locke. Thank you so much. But I'm doing well. I'm gonna make my first coffee in a minute and hoover. So, just letting you know, I do clean as well as my partner. After last night, I feel like I need to make sure everyone's aware of that. No, I'm joking. How are you doing?
Doing well. Doing quite well. I am... Well, I was about to say something, but they actually did load up. Hey, Ash, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Or not? Different Ash than the one in the comments, or is that the same Ash? I think it's
Different Ash.
I think it's a different Ash. Interesting. Okay. Well, the only other one in the queue was the one who I don't think wanted to question their own beliefs. But we can try. Hello, Trevor. Can I get
Hello?
your age for TikTok TOS?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can I get your age?
I'm 33.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher
Actually,
power?
that
or
was my
anything like
question. That was
I
my question to
speaking
you.
I was still speaking. I would have let. I'd like you to let me finish the questions.
Okay.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Oh, for sure. I have
Which god
a belief.
do you believe in?
But can I ask you your belief first?
No. Trevor, can you question your beliefs?
Oh, yeah. And the only thing that I question is that the sanctuarity of it. Of the belief.
The sanctuarity of it.
Yeah. Because I have, but I want to hear you what your question is to that too. You have a belief?
What I believe doesn't matter to the exercise, Trevor.
No, it actually does, because I'm asking you the same question that I'm following on what you're posting online. So I want to hear your belief.
Trevor.
So
How
what we
does
tend
my
to
belief-
do, yeah, we have the questioner, right, which comes up.
No, I
where
totally
we can
get that.
ask Thrayle his questions. But until that, as a guest, you are questioned. That's the aim of this live.
Okay. Give me your, yeah. I have a creator as an indigenous. What?
Are you inebriated right now?
A little bit.
Okay.
A little bit annoyed on the
conversations-
conversation.
Yeah,
but
these conversations go on a lot better when you're not drunk. So when you get some water and some rest, and you're clear-headed, if we're live, go ahead and request up.
Hi, Mitch.
Mitch.
I have to.
Mitch the scientist.
Every time it's. Love you, Mitch.
Hell yeah.
Happy New.
I feel like there has been a nice variety tonight, like you predicted, Thrayle, and totally manifested that I mentioned.
You're saying I manifested all the guests?
Exactly. Every single one.
We had questioners, we had questionees, we had those who couldn't question, and then we had a few silly guests. You couldn't tell if they were serious or not.
The money god, I think he was very serious.
You think the one with the money god was serious?
Of course.
Mm-mm. We had a questioner who did quite well, but I might still have questions for them.
I hope they come back. I want them to join Discord if they are still awake and listening.
Probably not. But if you're awake and listening, and you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning that belief. Go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue with you. I just want to know if you can question it. And what is that belief? And why do you believe it?
Noctis, how's your coffee turning out? And do you believe that it's going to be a good day?
It's definitely gonna be a good day. I haven't made the coffee yet. I'm still hoovering. And I've got the gym. A painful day. How about you?
I will sleep eventually. I'm not awake, you're awake.
You're asleep, you're asleep.
So Cat's probably asleep. That's what I heard.
That's what I thought, yeah.
Hello, Bobby. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 30, 39. Just hearing the facts.
Hearing the facts.
Yeah.
I think we've spoken before, but can you remind me, do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I yeah, we spoke like about like 2 days ago. And like you kicked me out, but I respectfully agreed. So now I just want to join the panel and just listen, you know?
Well, the panel isn't just for listening. It's what the rest of the live is for. There's a whole lot of people just listening, right? I can't let all 130 of them up here. I'd love to, but then it'd be really hard to hear who's talking and when.
Okay,
But so Bobby, do you have a belief to question, or you? It sounds like you might.
yeah, like last time we talked about like is there a God or is there heaven or hell? So I was like, what is it?
So do you believe there's a heaven or a hell?
I guess my upbringing says yes, but I have no idea.
Your upbringing says yes, but you have no idea if it's there or not.
Yeah. I just want to like hang out and listen.
How do you feel about questioning your beliefs, Bobby?
I feel like you have to question everything.
Can you tell me what the biggest question that you have is about your own beliefs?
Is there a Valhalla after you finish fighting?
Are your beliefs Norse pagan?
More into like when I seen a lot of people fight, they said Valhalla, so I was like, fuck it, that just sounds normal to me.
So more just because you've heard people talk about Valhalla, not because you believe in.
Like I guess you could say I'm Spaniard, like I'm in the ships and you know, I have a beard and gray hair and you know, like Valhalla, like, you know, this is the only way like you could live. Is that bad?
What do you mean, is that bad?
Is it bad to think like just like if you fight enough, I guess you go into heaven.
Why would you want that to be?
I guess that's why I grew up as just fight and never give up.
Well, what does that have to do with a heaven? And
I guess
never even looked into what Valhalla is.
Oh, like after you finish fighting, like you can just relax and enjoy a drink with your fallen soldiers.
And then
You just chill.
you don't do it again.
No, because you already you fought for so long, like you just hang out and that's it.
So you just fight once, drink a little, and then just chill. That's Valhalla.
Yeah, like at the end of the day, people told me like, hey man, you don't have to fight forever. I was like, I do until I fall. I haven't fallen yet, so I'm still fighting.
Why do you want this to be?
Well, I guess like there's nothing there. Like it'll be nice to be a part of next to my fallen soldiers,
What if I don't know if this is actually best to question, but I'm gonna ask it anyways. What if Valhalla is what it actually is written to be, and that you keep fighting again and again?
To be honest, like I'll be proud, like to get the strength to just keep fighting forever. Like it doesn't matter how many times I fall. Like I'm a fight.
I keep seeing Morgan ready to ask something.
Oh shit! Sorry, I'll stay quiet.
No, you're fine. I haven't quite formulated how I'm gonna ask it yet.
Okay. Yeah. No.
I have the same problem. That's why I just asked it the way I did.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Nah, I think if I meet the higher power with Valhalla, like, hey, you gotta suit up and boot up. Like we still got another mission,
So, where did you hear about Valhalla?
I guess Nordic mythology.
Right. Did you hear about it in the service?
Oh no, I never served, but I just heard it, just I was like, oh shit, I like that.
Okay.
Like I have military. My cousin's Navy. My brother's Marine. He passed away. I have one cousin in the Army. Like, just like they said, like, hey, bro, let's meet up again, and that kind of made me kind of cry.
Yeah, I can understand.
That's it.
And so, am I understanding correctly that you heard about it from your relatives who have served, and did you look into it any further than that?
Oh, not really. Just fallen soldiers, and like I gotta respect them, and
so I'm a veteran. And there's a really common turn of phrase amongst service members.
Yeah.
But a lot really understand what Valhalla is. And it's quite literally a training ground for the end of the world. So you fight every day.
Of course.
Until Ragnarok. Are you familiar with Ragnarok?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
There's only gonna be a few soldiers standing up to, to the end of the world, and we gotta stand together. I don't know if that makes sense.
It does and it doesn't.
Oh, damn.
I need a moment to think.
The only thing I know is
does it matter to you, Bobby, if your beliefs are true or not?
Damn, that's a good question. Kinda. If my beliefs are non-existent, like, how would I know? I can just believe in Valhalla and that's it. Let the truth be. Let the truth be.
Do you know if there are any other requirements to reach Valhalla?
Yeah. Fight for honor. Fight for the truth. And fight for respect. That's it. I don't know the specifics, but the things that I mentioned, I think that's, to me, that's real. Like fight for your color. Fight.
Do you believe because it gives you comfort, or because you actually are convinced that it's real?
Comfort, I guess.
So if you found that there was no reason to believe there was any afterlife, would it change the way that you value this one?
Negative, sir. That's a complete negative.
I don't know that I have any more questions for you, Bobby. If anybody else has a questions, there's your chance, but I think I'm ready to move on.
All right. Thank you for letting me join you, partner, for a few minutes. Thank you for letting me talk.
I appreciate you. Absolutely. Hope that you keep asking questions, or any, really, but that it was honest and open. I appreciate it. Hello, Christina. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
38.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I believe in the Pleiades. I also believe that God's within and that we are gods.
You believe in the Pleiades. What does that mean? Can you get somewhere a little quieter? There's like some echo, and now it sounds like there's a TV. Oh. Got a little better.
Second, sorry, I didn't hear you. What was that?
There was a little bit of background noise. It seems to have gotten better. What did you mean you believe in the Pleiades?
The seven sisters, the one that they say, I think what is the comet they're calling coming in? It's not a comet, the AI outlets, I think that's them. But I think it's the Pleiades star clusters because we come from the stars. I believe it's just all like within our pineal gland and all sorts of.
I'm sorry, what gland?
Pineal gland.
Our pineal gland. And what does that have to do with the Pleiades star system? And you said a comet.
I think that when you activate it, that you can get through to them, and they give you like.
You get through to who?
Downloads. The Pleiades, they reach out to you through frequencies. When you open your pineal gland.
So when you open the gland.
Yeah, the third eye.
Then the stars themselves. What are you talking
about? Not the stars themselves, the seven sisters.
Who are the seven sisters?
Like, it's hard to explain. They're the Pleiades star cluster. They're like the advanced Egyptians that figured out AI way before we did, or everything else before we did, and they have advanced. And now that the world is going to shit, basically, that they have set in a frequency which is from the sun, and that's why they block it with chemtrails and stuff so that we can't get the energy from it. And that's why they keep us in fear and negativity, because that doesn't let us raise our frequencies to get our pineal gland opened, which is caused by trauma and stuff, and being a good person. But it's like God is within us also. It's both of us.
I'm sorry. Wait.
They're trying to teach us that we're God.
There's a whole lot going on there.
There is a lot.
What is God?
Us. And that's what they're trying to tell us, is that we are all individual gods, and we're just like God's the ocean, and we're a drop of it, all of us, and we're going back to that. Like we are God experiencing himself in all ways, like a dream state. So he knows everything. He's a murderer and a murdered husband.
So you're saying now? You're just saying like everything you can.
There's a lot.
TikTok does. Sorry, but there's a lot of words you shouldn't use on TikTok just for the sake of the live. So can we just dial back? Can you tell me what a Pleiades is?
Oh.
She gone.
Yes, she left. Okay, bye.
I mean, at least it connected kinda with the sleep, right? The pineal gland is it's just a little part of your brain that helps regulate the circadian rhythm, so your hormone with melatonin, I believe. I might have to relook at that, but yeah, it's your sleep rhythm.
About right.
That sounds right.
I got the coffee though.
That's lovely. I thought we had a guest who would actually be, open to questioning and get some good questions in, and then I could step away and make a coffee, but I don't think I'm gonna get to do that until we do get somebody who can question their beliefs.
Or you can make coffee and let us run amok chaotically. I mean, up to you.
Run amok.
You know.
Kat was almost asleep, and then she heard run amok.
No, I've been losing games of chess. Listening to that girl talk about the Pleiadians.
Nope. She said Pleiades. She was specifically talking about the seven sisters.
That the specific constellation.
Those
only
seven.
That one.
I was trying to find out if it was an alien group or if it was like those are those the entities?
Star child thing.
Mm-hmm. Host, are you an atheist? Can I have a respectful debate with you? Well, I don't know what that name is. No, I don't debate. I'm not here to debate. We're here to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can question whatever it is you believe in, be it a god or gods, a higher power or whatever like that, well then go ahead and request on it. But I'm not here to debate you or tell you that you're wrong or try to argue against you. I'm just curious if you can question, then why do you believe? And, what is that belief really?
If you say something factually incorrect, though, I will correct you.
I might question that correction.
I was gonna say that's something I struggle with myself.
I can't deal with misinformation. I'm sorry. I can't do it. You got the wrong girl, Thrayle.
Yeah.
Hello, Maple. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Sorry, I'm 32.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I actually flop between Orthodoxy and Slavic paganism.
Orthodoxy?
Mm-hmm.
Like Christian Orthodoxy?
Yes, I'm Serbian Orthodox.
Do you believe Jesus existed and died on a cross for your sins, resurrected 3 days later?
I don't know. Do we know? Like, that's the thing, right? My religion tells me to question the Bible, to question religion. So, I don't know.
So you don't know if you believe in Jesus?
Exactly.
And
yeah,
do you believe any other parts of the Bible?
To be honest with you, it's hard for me to read my Bible because it's in Serbian and I don't speak it, nor do I I can't read it either.
Could you read another Orthodox Bible?
No, because they're kind of strict. But I can tell you that they took out the Slavonic Enoch, the second Enoch book out of our Bible, and they put the King James Version in it. So
your Bible has a book of Enoch in it.
They took it out though.
And they took it out.
Yeah, none of our Bibles have the books of Enoch. Only the Ethiopian Bible.
Okay, so your Serbian Bible doesn't even have it.
No, it does not. They completely took it out.
How do you know they took it out and that it just never was in?
From the research that I was doing. Now, you can fact check me on that.
I'm not here to fact check or tell you you're wrong. I'm just curious how it is that you come to believe what you believe and what it is that you believe. So you don't know if Jesus existed. You believe that there are books that were taken out of your Bible. Do you know if any of the stories, like do you believe the Book of Enoch or the Book of Genesis?
Yeah. To be honest with you, I haven't read the Bible.
Because yours is in Serbian.
Yeah.
Have you ever looked for translations?
I have, but the translations get mixed up between English and Serbian. It's no different than when the Greeks or the Byzantine Empire, whatever you want to say, tried to translate the Bible from Hebrew to Greek as well, right?
Have you ever considered looking into Hebrew to English translation so you'd have fewer middlemen?
Yeah, I have been. And I've also been looking into the Ethiopian translated Bible into English.
Do you know any of the stories from the Bible?
Not really.
You don't know any stories from the Bible?
Just that Jesus was crucified. There's two thieves on either side of him. One was penitent and one didn't believe in him at all. And
what about
he
the
rose.
Old Testament? Any stories from that?
I don't go by the Old Testament because if I'm Christian, I'm Christian, right?
Mm-hmm. So you don't. Go ahead, Ken.
Orthodox Christian. Yeah.
What was the pagan that you said you also sway between?
Slavic paganism is basically the same as Norse paganism, Roman, and Greek. We all had the same gods. We didn't have the same traditions, but we all had the same gods. We all prayed to pretty much the same gods.
Okay.
And
I ask names of the gods.
That's exactly what I wanted to know.
One is Perun, the god of thunder. The other one is Belves, Belbes. He was Belus, yes. Can't remember what god he was. Shoronoborg, I think. Yeah, like I said, I'm not very fluent in Serbian. Yeah. Well, that was a wake-up call.
It's such a cool gift.
It's so aggressive.
I have questions about the Christianity, not the paganism. So if Morgan wants to finish, he can, and then I'll circle back.
No, go ahead, jump right in.
I thought I hit my mute button and I didn't. Haha. So do you not think that the the first part of the story is important?
I think so, but as a Christian, I'm supposed to believe in Jesus Christ, right? He was up on the cross, he died for our sins, and he came back, what was it, 2 or 3 days later? Something like that. So I don't believe it. I don't know. This whole religion thing sucks.
Why do you feel like you have to have one, then?
Interesting question. Never been asked that before. And I've never asked myself that. Now you're going to be making me ponder all day.
Please do. I don't know is an acceptable answer, and bringing back an answer is also acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah.
I just feel it that because of what my ancestors went through, that I should be honoring the way that they are. But
do you think it's more important to honor the way that they were, or to honor the way that you are?
to honor the way that I am. Most definitely.
Are you inclined towards a religious belief?
I'm gonna have to say yes because that was what I grew up with.
Are you inclined towards things that suck?
Yes. And religion sucks.
I don't know if I can. Why are you inclined towards things that suck?
I'm gonna have to think about that one as well.
Absolutely. Would it possibly benefit you to not be inclined towards things that suck?
Of course. I think my life would be a lot better.
So why not take steps towards being not inclined towards things that suck?
Yeah. I should be making coffee right now. This is too early.
I should be making coffee right now, my friend. Make me some tea. It doesn't. Okay. Do you feel convicted about either of these belief systems?
Sorry, can you answer the question again?
Do you feel conviction about either of these belief systems?
Yes.
What kind of, like, how so?
Sorry, I'm just reading the chat. Sorry about that.
Yeah,
I don't know. I just grew up with it, and I'm supposed to follow what my family does and what friends do, which I'm trying to break.
Says
This
who?
doesn't. Yeah, this doesn't sound like a conviction to me. It sounds like a begrudging sense of duty. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're right.
So I asked a very similar question a minute ago. Is your duty to your family and friends or to yourself?
To myself.
What would happen to your relationships with your family and friends if you did not believe either of these things?
Well, they wouldn't disown me, but they'd be questioning.
Well, that's fair. This is what we're doing right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you actually believe either of these things?
Like I said, my religion tells me to question, so I don't really know if Jesus was alive, right? Like, I question it every day.
What are these belief systems doing to benefit you? How does this enrich your life?
It doesn't.
Is it doing you any detriment or harm?
No.
Then why does it carry a weight in your mind about whether or not it's true and what to believe, which one to believe?
Yeah.
Come off mute, Morgan. Sorry. Did you have something?
I did. Why is it that you swap between Orthodoxy and Slavic paganism? Like what makes you keep going back and forth?
Well, our traditions, we have, so my Christmas is coming up. Orthodox Christmas is coming up. So on Christmas Eve, what we do is we take a bunch of oak branches and we walk around the church and we burn them in the parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
That comes
Right.
from paganism to ward off evil and to bring good luck through the winter season. And the Serbs also have another tradition. It's called Slava, which is a saint day. And the Slavs were so hard-headed that the only way that the Romans could get us to believe in Jesus was they would take one of our gods and turn them into saints. So
You sure about that?
I'm positive. Because I think the Serbs are the only ones to have a Slava.
I'm
Can you
not
talk a little bit
positive
more
on
about a
this,
Slava?
but sorry. Before we
No,
go
go ahead,
further,
Doctor.
and correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't the Romans collect a bunch of gods when they conquered?
Yeah, but when the Byzantine Empire...
So you wouldn't have been alone in that.
No, but when the Byzantine Empire took over the Balkans and brought Christianity into the Balkans from Constantinople, they took over, or sorry, it's the other way around. When they conquered Constantinople, brought Christianity into the Balkans. To create the Byzantine Empire, the Romans did. They converted us to Christianity, and they gave us something in order for us. So they said, okay, we'll have to give you something so that way you can believe in Jesus. And they gave us our old gods back, which is just a patron saint of a family. I don't know what my saint is. Nobody knows. They only know like the major ones like Saba and Nicholas.
Sorry, Morgan, you can carry on with your question.
Real quick, is everybody like seeing the irony that the Romans killed Jesus and then forced him on everybody?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm pretty sure that happened after the rebellion. Before then, it was a collection of other gods when they conquered.
Yeah, they killed Jesus first, and then later pushed him on everybody. Yeah.
The one thing that I do question is the Earth is 4.5 billion years old. The Bible is what, 2,000, 3,000 years old? And God said that he created the Earth in what, 6,000 years ago or something like that?
6 days.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Excuse my language. But like, come on. Like that's the type of shit that I question. Again, excuse my language.
But then, like, I'm curious because you said you've got the Slavic book, right? But you can't read it because you can't read the language. So how do you know all the things you do about it?
Just a little bit of the research, because they use Croatian, not Serbian, but it's kind of the same thing. So Serbian is not very well translated. It's more Croatian translated. So if you go to Google Translate, you type something in, it'll say Croatian or Bosnian. It won't say Serbian.
Oh, I get what you're saying. Okay, so you're actually struggling to translate because it's not easy to do right now, not because you haven't tried. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, go on, Morgan. I'll be quiet now.
Thanks. So obviously you see the irony with, what Kat pointed out. And you question the validity of a 6-day creation. So between these two belief systems, there are very different ideas of the higher power. Which would you say that do you believe in one over the other?
I believe in both of them. And like, I don't want to choose because I feel like I'm turning my back on one of them.
Okay, so could it be possible that the Orthodox idea of God is the same idea as the Slavic version of higher power for pagan practices?
Yeah.
Could it just be the fact that those cultures interpreted it from a different lens?
Yeah. Well, the Christians took sorry, English hard.
It's okay.
The English is mythology. It basically took paganism and just rewrote it. So God coming down and giving Mary birth, that's basically Zeus coming down and impregnating another woman, or Jupiter, or Odin doing the same thing. God pretty much did the same thing as the other gods did. So that's where
Did
I'm
we lose
at.
the music? Oh, there it is. Thank God. Sorry. It just got real quiet for a second. I was like, no. I need a moment to think if anybody has questions.
That's okay. And if you need to drop me, go right ahead. I'm
You're
not
totally fine. You're being polite and engaging, so you're good.
I'm wondering, you said that, God is basically a collection of all, so why then do you still follow that side?
my upbringing.
Okay. Do you feel like you have to?
Nobody's forcing me. I think it's just my heart that is torn, that is making me follow it. I don't. Like, when I do go to church, I don't understand it, but I look around at the paintings and everything, and I do feel a sense of calmness, but I do feel a sense of calmness when I meditate. So it's basically, like, to me, it's the same thing. If I go to church, I'm meditating, or I sit on the floor and I meditate. It's the same feeling.
Yeah, I think I get it. It's sort of like if you've been brought up that way, I'm guessing as a child, please correct me, you went to those churches often, right?
Yeah, I used to go to my church every Christmas and Easter.
Yeah, so it's definitely the environmental side. Like for me, if I smell pine or if I'm in the forest, I love it because I grew up near the forest, right? It makes me feel like I'm home. Thankfully, mine is not a religion, so I don't have to worry about that. But I do wonder if you could separate it, what that would look like for you.
Yeah, and when they say, oh, God is all around us, well, then why do we have churches then? If God is all around us, can I not just go into the forest and God is there?
For the money. No, I'm joking.
No, it is. It is about the money. It definitely is. You're not wrong.
But then you know this. You're quite an intelligent person. Like I'm quite enjoying the back and forth and the way you've communicated with everyone on this panel. So if you know this, would it be harmful if you stopped going?
Well, I don't go as much as I used to. One, our church has gotten packed, and I don't want to stand inside of a church with 150 people with 150 mouth breathers.
I feel that. I feel that
And
anytime I go into a big city, I'm like, ugh, people.
like on the 9th is my Slava, so I said I will take my grandmother because she's very devout. She's also old. She's 88 or 89. So she's been going to church since she was 6 months old, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So I only go for her. I don't go for myself either.
Okay. I guess the other side then, because there's going to be contradictions between both sides of belief. How do you settle that with yourself? Like, how do you make that feel comfortable? Like you said, many of the Christian side has taken over the pagan side. So how do you reconcile with that?
Oh, I know the history. So I just say, well, my ancestors fought hard and they eventually gave up, but I no, I'm just rambling. Sorry.
What is the draw to venerate your ancestors in that way? Like what pulls you to that? I understand that like it's about ancestry, but like why is that important to you?
Just what they went through to get to from Jesus.
Take your time. There's no rush to answer. Take your time if you need to think.
Jesus Christ on a cross. Oh my God.
I've decided to follow, by the way, because you're quite charming.
I also followed as well.
Yeah, I'm going to be questioning a lot now. I just feel like I owe it to my ancestors.
Why? Why do you specifically owe it to them?
For what they went through. And if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be here.
Okay, that's fair.
If that makes
yeah,
sense.
but in the same breath, you could say if your mother and father didn't meet, you wouldn't be here. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think about that too. It was just fluke that my parents met in the same city. They were born in two different countries. They were born in Yugoslavia, but my dad was born in Croatia. My mom was born in Serbia, and by fluke they met in the city I'm living in now.
So, I guess what I'm saying is, by that fluke, you could take that thought process and be like, oh well, this history of events happened. If it didn't, I wouldn't be here, so I must be thankful. But realistically, you don't know those people, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't know the history to a T. I say to a T because
there's also not a lot written.
It's nice to be thankful for those that came together to end up with us, I suppose. But realistically, that line's going to continue if you decide to have children and so on. So would you expect future generations to have to be internally grateful for you and your choices?
No. I'm also married to an Italian, and
my condolences.
It's fine. She cooks. I'm fat
No,
now.
I say that because I'm also Italian.
But and I said, like, she goes, what are we gonna do? Are we gonna baptize? Because the way that we do it is we don't have a communion or anything like that. When we get baptized, we get everything all at once. But I'm like, but why can't the kids choose for themselves what they want to do?
I personally am in favor of that, but obviously to each their own. Once they've gotten to a certain age, I think it's up to them.
Yeah.
Once they're
Why
older.
why are we forcing religion on children? Money.
I'd agree with
But
that.
even my brother says that. He goes, if I ever had kids, I wouldn't get them baptized or anything because he goes, I'm not religious. And he goes, neither are you.
What? So Z the Witch in the comments has a very good question actually. So I'm gonna ask you, what does being an ancestor mean to you?
Hmm.
I like it when they make us think.
That's an interesting question. Yeah, I can't answer that because I've never been asked that before.
I wonder if I could put it in a different way. Sorry, Morgan. Oh, Cat. I wasn't sure. I saw a microphone disappear then.
It happens all the time. Don't worry about it.
What, when you image an ancestor, what do you see?
I see them sitting by a fire, talking, telling stories, drawing it in the dirt, um, checking on the elderly. Hmm. Yeah,
To that, because that's what I'm getting here.
because I want to make them proud of the life that I'm living.
Mm. Do you think they're even around to feel proud of that?
Sorry again.
Do you think they're even capable or around so they're seeing? Do you think they're seeing you to be proud of you?
I think it's more about me and less about them.
Thrayle, I don't know if you've seen Jade's comment, but YouTube is currently on standby.
Thank you for that, Jade. Should be better now. We didn't miss much. Mom.